Welcome to the Horror Camping Channel. For a group of friends, this was the dream. A true camping experience. A chance to test their skills and survive a night in the wilderness. They packed their gear, they planned their route. They thought they were ready for anything. But the wilderness doesn't play by our rules. It has its own secrets, its own dangers. And a simple oversight, one small miscalculation, can unravel everything. What started as an adventure quickly became a desperate struggle for survival. Their dream of conquering the wild was a deadly mistake. So, what happened out there in the woods? Let's break it down. My name is George Miller, and for the better part of 2 decades, the dense, perpetually damp forests of the Pacific Northwest have been my office, my sanctuary, and sometimes my adversary. I've been a logger for 15 years, a profession I fell into not by choice, but by a lineage of calloused hands and sawdust, filled lungs. My father was a logger, and his father before him. We are men carved from the very timber we fell, sturdy, practical, and deeply rooted in the traditions of the woods. This life is etched into my face, in the sun-weathered lines around my eyes, and the permanent frown of concentration. It's hard, grueling work, a constant battle against the elements and the sheer, stubborn will of nature. But it's honest work, and there's a simple, profound satisfaction in it that a man in a city office will never understand. You spend enough time in the deep woods, far from the noise and artificial light of civilization, and you start to see things. Not ghosts or monsters from campfire tales, but the subtle, strange realities of a world that operates on its own ancient terms. You see a cougar move like a silent, liquid shadow through the undergrowth, a testament to perfect predatory grace. You see ancient cedars, so vast they seem to hold the sky up on their own. You learn the language of the forest, the sharp crack of a falling branch that signals a coming storm, the scent of pine and damp earth that means home. You become attuned to its rhythms, its life and its death. Over the years, I've seen things that would make a city dweller's hair stand on end. A freak whiteout blizzard in late spring, the unsettlingly intelligent gaze of a raven, the eerie, phosphorescent glow of foxfire on a decaying log. But I've always found a logical explanation, a scientific reason. The forest is full of wonders, but it abides by rules. I believe that with every fiber of my being, until the axe handles. Our camp was a remote outpost, a cluster of prefabricated cabins and sheds nestled deep in a valley, miles from the nearest paved road. It was a temporary, gritty little world of its own, populated by a dozen or so men like me, men who preferred the company of trees to people. Our days were loud, filled with the roar of chainsaws and the thunderous crash of falling giants. But our nights were swallowed by a profound silence, a quiet so deep it felt heavy, pressing in on the thin walls of our cabins. It was during these quiet nights that the strangeness began. It started as a minor, almost comical annoyance. One morning, a young logger named Kevin, a greenhorn barely out of his teens, came into the mess hall complaining that he couldn't find his felling axe. We found it later, leaning against the toolshed where he'd left it, but with one crucial difference: the smooth, hickory handle was gone. The heavy, sharpened steel head lay on the ground beside it, untouched. We ribbed him about it relentlessly. Trying to save yourself a day's work, kid. One of the older guys, a burly man named Mac, had boomed. We figured he'd broken it and was too embarrassed to admit it. It was a nuisance, a puzzle, but nothing more. We fitted a new handle, and the incident was forgotten. A week later, it happened again. This time it was Mac's own broad axe. The head, a beautiful piece of forged steel worth a fair bit of money, was left sitting neatly on a stump. The handle had vanished without a trace. Mac was furious. He wasn't the type to misplace or break his tools. He was meticulous, a professional to the core. This time, the jokes were fewer. A sense of unease began to creep into our conversations. We started locking the toolshed at night, a practice we'd long abandoned out of a shared sense of trust and isolation. Who would come all the way out here to steal wooden handles? The theories began to fly. The most popular was porcupines. They're known to gnaw on wood, especially if it's been handled by humans and absorbed our salt. It made a certain kind of sense. But would a porcupine be able to so cleanly separate the handle from the head? And would it carry the entire handle away? It seemed unlikely. Others blamed raccoons, citing their clever, almost human-like paws. A few of the men, looking over their shoulders toward the dark wall of trees that surrounded us, muttered about a disgruntled former employee, someone with a grudge playing a bizarre, pointless prank. But that felt wrong too. The effort involved was too great for such a petty reward. The mystery was a splinter under the skin of our small community, an irritation that was slowly festering. My own practical mind worked tirelessly to solve the riddle. I examined the axe heads left behind. There were no tool marks, no signs of a wedge or a hammer being used to force the handle out. It was as if they had been unsocketed gently and cleanly. It was this detail that bothered me most. It was precise. It was deliberate. I spent an evening searching the perimeter of the camp, my boots sinking into the soft, damp earth. I found tracks of deer, coyote, and the familiar print of a black bear. But I also found something else, near the woodpile behind the toolshed. It was a strange, shallow scuff mark in the mud, a series of them, almost like a drag mark, but with a peculiar, rhythmic pattern. It didn't match any animal I knew. I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a product of my overactive imagination. The final straw came a week later. We awoke to find the toolshed door ajar. The padlock, a heavy, duty piece of brass, was still locked and hanging from the hasp, but the wooden jamb of the doorframe around it had been chewed, splintered, and gnawed away until the latch could be slipped free. Inside, it was a scene of quiet devastation. Every single spare axe handle, a stock of about 20, was gone. The new ones, the old ones, the ones waiting for repair, all vanished. Only the metal heads remained, scattered on the floor like the discarded shells of some strange, metallic fruit. The air in the shed was thick with the smell of freshly splintered hickory and an acrid, unfamiliar scent, something musky and wild. The camp fell into a state of quiet panic. The men spoke in hushed tones, their eyes constantly scanning the impenetrable darkness of the forest that ringed our camp. The old-timers had always told stories around the fire, tales of fearsome critters that were said to roam the deep woods of North America. They spoke of the glowakas, the hide-a-behind, the gumbaroo, creatures of folklore designed to spook the new recruits and pass the time. We'd all laughed them off as tall tales. But now, standing in the silence of the violated toolshed, those stories didn't seem so funny. The forest no longer felt like a workplace. It felt like a presence, watching us with an intelligence we couldn't comprehend. That night, I decided I'd had enough of theories and whispers. The logger in me The man who believed in cause and effect, intangible reality, needed an answer. The mystery had burrowed into my mind, and I knew I wouldn't sleep again until I had solved it. I told the others I was going to turn in early, but instead, I grabbed a thermos of black coffee, a powerful battery-powered flashlight, and the keys to my truck. I parked it in the shadows at the edge of the clearing, with a perfect, unobstructed view of the tool shed and the woodpile next to it. I had left a piece of bait, a cracked, useless axe handle, placed conspicuously on top of the pile. I settled into the cold vinyl seat, killed the engine, and prepared to wait. The forest was silent, waiting with me. I was determined to see what manner of thief, prankster, or animal was responsible. I had no idea that what I was about to witness would shatter my understanding of the world and the woods I called home. The hours crept by with agonizing slowness. Inside the cab of my Ford, the world had shrunk to the condensation, clouding the windows and the faint, reassuring glow of the dashboard clock. The coffee in my thermos turned from a welcome warmth to a bitter, lukewarm sludge. Every tick of the cooling engine, every rustle of leaves in the gentle night breeze, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My eyes, gritty from lack of sleep, were fixed on the pale shape of the tool shed and the darker lump of the woodpile. The forest, which had been my lifelong companion, now felt alien and menacing. Its familiar sounds were distorted by my heightened senses, each one a potential threat. The hoot of a distant owl sounded like a mournful question. The snap of a twig sounded like a footstep. I found myself holding my breath, straining to hear over the frantic thumping of my own heart. I must have drifted off, my head slumping against the cool glass of the driver's side window, because I was startled awake by a change in the silence. It wasn't a loud noise. It was the absence of noise. The chirping of the crickets had stopped. The gentle whisper of the wind in the firs had died. The entire forest seemed to be holding its breath, just as I was. A primal fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of my fatigue. This was the kind of quiet that precedes the pounce of a predator. My hand tightened on the handle of the powerful flashlight, resting on the passenger seat. My gaze swept the clearing, trying to penetrate the inky blackness that lay beyond the reach of the faint moonlight. Then I saw it. A flicker of movement near the base of the woodpile. It was low to the ground, a patch of darkness, detaching itself from the deeper shadows. My first thought was a raccoon, or perhaps a fish or cat. I remained perfectly still, my breath caught in my throat. The shape moved with a strange, scuttling gait, unlike any animal I had ever seen. It wasn't the fluid, confident stride of a predator, nor was it the cautious shuffle of a scavenger. It was jerky, hesitant, yet filled with a disturbing sense of purpose. It moved into a patch of faint moonlight, and the logical, rational world I had inhabited for 43 years began to crumble. It was about the size of a beagle, with a wary, dark body that seemed to absorb the light around it. It moved on 4 short, stumpy legs that ended in what looked like small, gnarled claws, which made that strange scuffing sound in the dirt I'd seen before. But it was the head, dear God, the head, that made my blood run cold. It was not the head of any living creature. It was shaped, with horrifying precision, exactly like the head of a felling axe. The snout was a long, sharp wedge, tapering to a point, gleaming with a faint, metallic sheen even in the dim light. Where the cheeks of an animal would be, the shape flared out into 2 symmetrical lobes, just like the blade of an axe, and set within this grotesque, tool-shaped skull were two round, dark eyes. They were not the eyes of an animal. They were flat, black, and devoid of any discernible emotion or intelligence. They were like obsidian discs, reflecting nothing, seeing everything. It was a biological absurdity, a creature that had evolved to mimic a tool, a living perversion of steel and wood. I watched, paralyzed by a mixture of terror and morbid fascination, as this thing scuttled directly to the woodpile. It ignored the other logs, the pieces of pine and fir. It moved with unerring accuracy toward the bait I had left, the cracked hickory axe handle. It paused for a moment, its axe-shaped head tilting in a motion that was unnervingly bird-like. It sniffed at the handle, its wedge, snout twitching. Then, it opened its mouth. The lower part of the blade split open, revealing not a jaw with teeth, but a horrifying, grinding maw that seemed to be made of the same dark, chitinous material as its head. It lowered its head and began to gnaw on the hickory wood. The sound it made will haunt me until my dying day. It was a sickening, splintering crunch, a wet, grinding noise that spoke of immense pressure and unnatural hunger. Splinters of the tough, seasoned wood flew into the air. The creature ate with a ravenous intensity, its whole body quivering with the effort. This was not a porcupine satisfying a salt craving. This was a creature fulfilling its sole, absurd purpose. Its entire existence, its bizarre and impossible evolution, was dedicated to this one act: to eat axe handles. The musky, acrid scent I had smelled in the toolshed now drifted faintly toward the truck, a smell of wildness and decay. My mind, which had been frozen in disbelief, finally rebooted. The logger in me, the man of action, took over. My hand, trembling slightly, fumbled for the headlight switch on the dashboard. With a surge of defiant anger, I flicked on the truck's high beams. Two cones of brilliant, white light sliced through the darkness, illuminating the scene with brutal clarity. The creature froze instantly, its head snapping up to stare directly at me. Caught in the glare, I could see it in horrifying detail. Its fur was coarse and matted, the color of dried blood. Its stumpy legs were powerfully built, and I could see the wicked curve of its claws. But it was the head, the impossible axe head, that held my gaze. In the direct light, the wedge of its snout had the dull, unpolished sheen of ancient iron. Its eyes, those two black discs, seemed to suck the light in. For a long moment, we were locked in a silent standoff. Me, a man of flesh and blood, in my machine of steel and glass. It, a creature of nightmare and folklore, in its world of shadow and wood. Then, it let out a sound. It wasn't a growl or a hiss. It was a high-pitched, grating noise, like a rusty hinge being forced open, a sound of metal scraping on metal. It was a sound that didn't belong in the throat of any living thing. It dropped the half-eaten handle from its maw, which closed with a sharp, clicking sound. Its axe head swiveled, scanning the darkness behind it. Then, with a speed that belied its awkward shape, it turned and scurried back into the impenetrable wall of trees. It didn't run like a frightened animal. It retreated, melting back into the darkness that had birthed it, leaving me alone in the sudden, deafening silence. I sat there for a long time, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, the high beams cutting a sterile path into the empty woods. The engine was off, but the truck felt like it was vibrating with frantic beat of my own heart. The image of the creature was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The axe head, the obsidian eyes, the grinding maw. The old-timers at the camp, with their stories of the fearsome critters weren't just spinning tall tales to spook the greenhorns. They were passing down warnings, fragmented truths about the things that lived in the deepest parts of the woods, things that defied explanation. The glowacus, the hide-a-behind, the gumbaroo, and now the axe handle hound. They were real. The forest has its own secrets, its own bizarre and terrifying food chains, and we, with our roaring machines and our blind confidence, are just noisy, temporary intruders in its ancient world. I finally started the truck. The roar of the engine a comforting, man-made sound in the oppressive silence. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that nothing would ever be the same. The woods were no longer just a collection of trees. They were a veil, hiding a world of impossible things. And I had just seen one of them. I drove back to the cluster of cabins with the high beams still blazing, as if their artificial light could somehow hold the suffocating darkness at bay. The short distance from the woodpile to the mess hall felt like a journey across a hostile, alien landscape. Every tree I passed was no longer just a tree. It was a potential hiding place, a silent sentinel for a world I had unknowingly trespassed upon. The familiar, comforting sight of our camp, usually a beacon of safety and camaraderie, now seemed fragile and terrifyingly exposed. It was a tiny, insignificant island of human order in a vast, chaotic ocean of ancient wilderness, and I now knew the tide was turning against us. My hands were slick with sweat on the steering wheel, and the image of those flat, black, obsidian eyes was seared into my mind. I slammed the truck into park and stumbled out, leaving the engine running and the headlights on, a silent protest against the night. I burst through the door of the mess hall, the hinges groaning in protest. Mac and two of the other older loggers, a wary man named Dave and a quiet giant called Lars, were sitting around a table, a half-finished game of poker laid out before them. They looked up, startled by my sudden, frantic entrance. "George, what in the hell's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost," Mac said, his brow furrowed with concern more than annoyance. I stood there for a moment, panting, my mind a whirlwind of impossible images and grating, metallic sounds. I tried to speak, but the words caught in my throat. I was a practical man, a man who believed in what he could see and touch. How could I possibly explain what I had just witnessed without them thinking I had finally lost my mind? The handles, I finally managed to choke out, my voice raspy and unfamiliar to my own ears. The axe handles. I know what's been taking them. Dave chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Don't tell me you fell asleep and dreamed up some monster, George. We figured it was just a damn porcupine with a taste for hickory." "It wasn't a porcupine," I said, my voice gaining a desperate edge. I walked over to their table, leaning on it with both hands, my body trembling. It was a creature. A thing. I saw it. It was eating the handle I left out. I described it to them in a torrent of frantic, disjointed words. I told them about its size, its wary, dark fur, its stumpy legs. I tried to explain the impossible shape of its head, how it was a perfect, living replica of a felling axe. I described the grinding maw, the splintering crunch of the wood, the high-pitched, metallic screech it made when the headlights hit it. As I spoke, I saw their expressions shift from mild concern to genuine alarm, then to deep, ingrained skepticism. Mac, ever the pragmatist, held up a hand to stop me. "Easy, George. Slow down. You're not making any sense," he said, his voice calm but firm. "You've been working too hard, not getting enough sleep. The mind plays tricks on you out here in the dark."
It wasn't a trick.
I yelled, slamming my fist on the table, making the poker chips jump.
I saw it, Mac.
It was real. Lars, who rarely spoke, looked at me with something that wasn't quite disbelief. It was a deep, ancestral fear, the look of a man whose Nordic ancestors had told tales of trolls and goblins hiding in the deep, dark woods. But it was Mac I had to convince. He was our crew chief, the anchor of our small, isolated world. "All right," he said, standing up and pushing his chair back. "All right, show us. Show us what's got you so spooked." A wave of relief washed over me. I led them out into the cold night air, back toward my still, running truck. The headlights illuminated the woodpile, creating long, dancing shadows. As we got closer, they saw it. The axe handle I had left as bait was lying on the ground, just where the creature had dropped it. It was mangled, half devoured. Deep, unnatural gouges were carved into the wood, and it was slick with a dark, fell, smelling saliva that glistened wetly in the light. The acrid, musky scent I had smelled before hung heavy in the air. Mac knelt, his face grim. He didn't touch the handle, but he leaned in close to examine it. Dave let out a low whistle. "No porcupine did that," he whispered, his earlier humor completely gone. "The tracks," I said, my voice barely a whisper. I pointed my flashlight beam at the ground around the woodpile. The strange, scuffing prints were there, clear in the damp earth. They were not the prints of any known animal. They were the tracks of something that shuffled and dragged, something that didn't belong. Max stood up slowly, his face pale in the harsh glare of the headlights. He looked from the mangled handle to the strange tracks, and then into the impenetrable wall of black forest that surrounded us. The skepticism in his eyes was gone, replaced by a cold, hard fear that I recognized because it was a mirror of my own. He didn't need to say anything. We all understood. The stories weren't just stories. The forest was not empty. We were not alone, and our neighbor was a thing of nightmares. We walked back to the mess hall in a heavy, suffocating silence. The decision was unspoken but unanimous. Mac grabbed the radio and tried to raise the main office, but all we got was static. We were cut off. "It doesn't matter," he said, slamming the receiver down. "We're not waiting for permission. Pack your things. Everything you can carry. We're out of here at first light." There were no arguments. No one questioned the decision. The rest of the night was a blur of grim, quiet activity. We woke the other men, our hushed, urgent voices, spreading the terror through the camp like a contagion. There was no panic, no shouting, just the cold, efficient fear of men who understood the unforgiving nature of the wild. We were packing not just our clothes and personal belongings, but our lives. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe. Every gust of wind sounded like that metallic, grating screech. The forest was no longer our livelihood. It was a cage, and we were trapped inside with a monster. As the first gray fingers of dawn pierced the sky, a convoy of battered pickup trucks rolled out of the camp. No one looked back. We were abandoning thousands of dollars of equipment, a lucrative timber contract, and the only life many of us had ever known. But no one cared. We were escaping. I still work as a logger. It's in my blood. But I stay out of the deep, remote wilderness now. I work for a smaller company, one that harvests timber from managed forest on the outskirts of towns, places where the streetlights are never too far away. The experience changed me. It stripped away the comfortable, rational veneer I had placed over the world and showed me the terrifying, irrational chaos that lies just beneath. It taught me that humanity's belief in its own dominion over nature is a dangerous arrogance. We are not masters of this world. We are merely its most successful and most noisy tenants. And sometimes, we trespass in places where we are not welcome, places that have their own ancient rules and their own bizarre, horrifying food chains. The forest has its secrets and it guards them jealously. I know because I saw one of them. And I still have nightmares of those flat, black eyes and the sickening, splintering crunch of a creature that was born to eat the tools of man. I never, ever leave an axe lying around anymore. My name is George Miller, and for the better part of 2 decades, the dense, perpetually damp forests of the Pacific Northwest have been my office, my sanctuary, and sometimes my adversary. I've been a logger for 15 years, a profession I fell into not by choice, but by a lineage of calloused hands and sawdust-filled lungs. My father was a logger, and his father before him. We are men carved from the very timber. We fell, sturdy, practical, and deeply rooted in the traditions of the woods. This life is etched into my face, in the sun, weathered lines around my eyes, and the permanent frown of concentration. It's hard, grueling work. A constant battle against the elements and the sheer, stubborn will of nature. But it's honest work, and there's a simple, profound satisfaction in it that a man in a city office will never understand. You spend enough time in the deep woods, far from the noise and artificial light of civilization, and you start to see things. Not ghosts or monsters from campfire tales, but the subtle, strange realities of a world that operates on its own ancient terms. You see a cougar move like a silent, liquid shadow through the undergrowth, a testament to perfect predatory grace. You see ancient cedars, so vast they seem to hold the sky up on their own. You learn the language of the forest, the sharp crack of a falling branch that signals a coming storm, the scent of pine and damp earth that means home. You become attuned to its rhythms, its life and its death. Over the years, I've seen things that would make a city dweller's hair stand on end. A freak whiteout blizzard in late spring, the unsettlingly intelligent gaze of a raven, the eerie, phosphorescent glow of foxfire on a decaying log. But I've always found a logical explanation, a scientific reason. The forest is full of wonders, but it abides by rules. I believe that with every fiber of my being, until the axe handles. Our camp was a remote outpost, a cluster of prefabricated cabins and sheds nestled deep in a valley, miles from the nearest paved road. It was a temporary, gritty little world of its own, populated by a dozen or so men like me, men who preferred the company of trees to people. Our days were loud, filled with the roar of chainsaws and the thunderous crash of falling giants. But our nights were swallowed by a profound silence, a quiet so deep it felt heavy, pressing in on the thin walls of our cabins. It was during these quiet nights that the strangeness began. It started as a minor, almost comical annoyance. One morning, a young logger named Kevin, a greenhorn barely out of his teens, came into the mess hall complaining that he couldn't find his felling axe. We found it later, leaning against the tool shed where he'd left it, but with one crucial difference: the smooth, hickory handle was gone. The heavy, sharpened steel head lay on the ground beside it, untouched. We ribbed him about it relentlessly. Trying to save yourself a day's work, kid. One of the older guys, a burly man named Mac, had boomed. We figured he'd broken it and was too embarrassed to admit it. It was a nuisance, a puzzle, but nothing more. We fitted a new handle, and the incident was forgotten. A week later, it happened again. This time it was Mac's own broad axe. The head, a beautiful piece of forged steel worth a fair bit of money, was left sitting neatly on a stump. The handle had vanished without a trace. Mac was furious. He wasn't the type to misplace or break his tools. He was meticulous, a professional to the core. This time, the jokes were fewer. A sense of unease began to creep into our conversations. We started locking the toolshed at night, a practice we'd long abandoned out of a shared sense of trust and isolation. Who would come all the way out here to steal wooden handles? The theories began to fly. The most popular was porcupines. They're known to gnaw on wood, especially if it's been handled by humans and absorbed our salt. It made a certain kind of sense. But would a porcupine be able to so cleanly separate the handle from the head? And would it carry the entire handle away? It seemed unlikely. Others blamed raccoons, citing their clever, almost human-like paws. A few of the men, looking over their shoulders toward the dark wall of trees that surrounded us, muttered about a disgruntled former employee, someone with a grudge playing a bizarre, pointless prank. But that felt wrong too. The effort involved was too great for such a petty reward. The mystery was a splinter under the skin of our small community, an irritation that was slowly festering. My own practical mind worked tirelessly to solve the riddle. I examined the axe heads left behind. There were no tool marks, no signs of a wedge or a hammer being used to force the handle out. It was as if they had been unsocketed, gently and cleanly. It was this detail that bothered me most. It was precise. It was deliberate. I spent an evening searching the perimeter of the camp, my boots sinking into the soft, damp earth. I found tracks of deer, coyote, and the familiar print of a black bear. But I also found something else, near the woodpile behind the toolshed. It was a strange, shallow scuff mark in the mud, a series of them, almost like a drag mark, but with a peculiar rhythmic pattern. It didn't match any animal I knew. I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a product of my overactive imagination. The final straw came a week later. We awoke to find the toolshed door ajar. The padlock, a heavy-duty piece of brass, was still locked and hanging from the hasp. But the wooden jamb of the doorframe around it had been chewed, splintered, and gnawed away until the latch could be slipped free. Inside, it was a scene of quiet devastation. Every single spare axe handle, a stock of about 20, was gone. The new ones, the old ones, the ones waiting for repair, all vanished. Only the metal heads remained, scattered on the floor like the discardeds of some strange, metallic fruit. The air in the shed was thick with the smell of freshly splintered hickory and an acrid, unfamiliar scent, something musky and wild. The camp fell into a state of quiet panic. The men spoke in hushed tones, their eyes constantly scanning the impenetrable darkness of the forest that ringed our camp. The old-timers had always told stories around the fire, tales of fearsome critters that were said to roam the deep woods of North America. They spoke of the glowakas, the hide-a-behind, the gumbaroo, creatures of folklore designed to spook the new recruits and pass the time. We'd all laughed them off as tall tales. But now, standing in the silence of the violated toolshed, those stories didn't seem so funny. The forest no longer felt like a workplace. It felt like a presence, watching us with an intelligence we couldn't comprehend. That night, I decided I'd had enough of theories and whispers. The logger in me, the man who believed in cause and effect, in tangible reality, needed an answer. The mystery had burrowed into my mind, and I knew I wouldn't sleep again until I had solved it. I told the others I was going to turn in early, but instead, I grabbed a thermos of black coffee, a powerful battery-powered flashlight, and the keys to my truck. I parked it in the shadows at the edge of the clearing, with a perfect, unobstructed view of the toolshed and the woodpile next to it. I had left a piece of beta cracked, useless axe handle, placed conspicuously on top of the pile. I settled into the cold vinyl seat, killed the engine, and prepared to wait. The forest was silent, waiting with me. I was determined to see what manner of thief, prankster, or animal was responsible. I had no idea that what I was about to witness would shatter my understanding of the world and the woods I called home. The hours crept by with agonizing slowness. Inside the cab of my Ford, the world had shrunk to the condensation clouding the windows and the faint, reassuring glow of the dashboard clock. The coffee in my thermos turned from a welcome warmth to a bitter, lukewarm sludge. Every tick of the cooling engine, every rustle of leaves in the gentle night breeze, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My eyes, gritty from lack of sleep, were fixed on the pale shape of the toolshed and the darker lump of the woodpile. The forest, which had been my lifelong companion, now felt alien and menacing. Its familiar sounds were distorted by my heightened senses, each one a potential threat. The hoot of a distant owl sounded like a mournful question. The snap of a twig sounded like a footstep. I found myself holding my breath, straining to hear over the frantic thumping of my own heart. I must have drifted off, my head slumping against the cool glass of the driver's side window, because I was startled awake by a change in the silence. It wasn't a loud noise. It was the absence of noise. The chirping of the crickets had stopped. The gentle whisper of the wind in the firs had died. The entire forest seemed to be holding its breath, just as I was. A primal fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of my fatigue. This was the kind of quiet that precedes the pounce of a predator. My hand tightened on the handle of the powerful flashlight, resting on the passenger seat. My gaze swept the clearing, trying to penetrate the inky blackness that lay beyond the reach of the faint moonlight. Then I saw it. A flicker of movement near the base of the woodpile. It was low to the ground, a patch of darkness, detaching itself from the deeper shadows. My first thought was a raccoon, or perhaps a fish or cat. I remained perfectly still, my breath caught in my throat. The shape moved with a strange, scuttling gait unlike any animal I had ever seen. It wasn't the fluid, confident stride of a predator, nor was it the cautious shuffle of a scavenger. It was jerky, hesitant, yet filled with a disturbing sense of purpose. It moved into a patch of faint moonlight, and the logical, rational world I had inhabited for 43 years began to crumble. It was about the size of a beagle, with a wary, dark body that seemed to absorb the light around it. It moved on 4 short, stumpy legs that ended in what looked like small, gnarled claws, which made that strange scuffing sound in the dirt I'd seen before. But it was the head, dear God, the head, that made my blood run cold. It was not the head of any living creature. It was shaped, with horrifying precision, exactly like the head of a felling axe. The snout was a long, sharp wedge, tapering to a point, gleaming with a faint, metallic sheen even in the dim light. Where the cheeks of an animal would be, the shape flared out into 2 symmetrical lobes, just like the blade of an axe. And set within this grotesque, tool-shaped skull were two round, dark eyes. They were not the eyes of an animal. They were flat, black, and devoid of any discernible emotion or intelligence. They were like obsidian discs, reflecting nothing, seeing everything. It was a biological absurdity, a creature that had evolved to mimic a tool, a living perversion of steel and wood. I watched, paralyzed by a mixture of terror and morbid fascination as this thing scuttled directly to the woodpile. It ignored the other logs, the pieces of pine and fir. It moved with unerring accuracy toward the bait I had left, the cracked hickory axe handle. It paused for a moment, its axe-shaped head tilting in a motion that was unnervingly bird-like. It sniffed at the handle, its wedge snout twitching. Then, it opened its mouth. The lower part of the blade split open, revealing not a jaw with teeth, but a horrifying, grinding maw that seemed to be made of the same dark, chitinous material as its head. It lowered its head and began to gnaw on the hickory wood. The sound it made will haunt me until my dying day. It was a sickening, splintering crunch, a wet, grinding noise that spoke of immense pressure and unnatural hunger. Splinters of the tough, seasoned wood flew into the air. The creature ate with a ravenous intensity, its whole body quivering with the effort. This was not a porcupine satisfying a salt craving. This was a creature fulfilling its sole, absurd purpose. Its entire existence, its bizarre and impossible evolution, was dedicated to this one act: to eat axe handles. The musky, acrid scent I had smelled in the tool shed now drifted faintly toward the truck, a smell of wildness and decay. My mind, which had been frozen in disbelief, finally rebooted. The logger in me, the man of action, took over. My hand, trembling slightly, fumbled for the headlight switch on the dashboard. With a surge of defiant anger, I flicked on the truck's high beams. Two cones of brilliant, white light sliced through the darkness, illuminating the scene with brutal clarity. The creature froze instantly, its head snapping up to stare directly at me. Caught in the glare, I could see it in horrifying detail. Its fur was coarse and matted, the color of dried blood. Its stumpy legs were powerfully built, and I could see the wicked curve of its claws. But it was the head, the impossible axe head, that held my gaze. In the direct light, the wedge of its snout had the dull, unpolished sheen of ancient iron. Its eyes, those two black discs, seemed to suck the light in. For a long moment, we were locked in a silent standoff. Me, a man of flesh and blood, in my machine of steel and glass. It, a creature of nightmare and folklore, in its world of shadow and wood. Then, it let out a sound. It wasn't a growl or a hiss. It was a high-pitched, grating noise, like a rusty hinge being forced open, a sound of metal scraping on metal. It was a sound that didn't belong in the throat of any living thing. It dropped the half-eaten handle from its maw, which closed with a sharp, clicking sound. Its axe head swiveled, scanning the darkness behind it. Then, with a speed that belied its awkward shape, it turned and scurried back into the impenetrable wall of trees. It didn't run like a frightened animal. It retreated, melting back into the darkness that had birthed it, leaving me alone in the sudden, deafening silence. I sat there for a long time, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, the high beams cutting a sterile path into the empty woods. The engine was off, but the truck felt like it was vibrating with the frantic beat of my own heart. The image of the creature was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The axe head, the obsidian eyes, the grinding maw. The old timers at the camp, with their stories of the fearsome critters, weren't just spinning tall tales to spook the greenhorns. They were passing down warnings, fragmented truths about the things that lived in the deepest parts of the woods, things that defied explanation. The Glowacus, the hide-a-behind, the Gumbaroo, and now the axe handlehound. They were real. The forest has its own secrets, its own bizarre and terrifying food chains, and we, with our roaring machines and our blind confidence, are just noisy, temporary intruders in its ancient world. I finally started the truck. The roar of the engine, a comforting man, made sound in the oppressive silence. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that nothing would ever be the same. The woods were no longer just a collection of trees. They were a veil, hiding a world of impossible things. And I had just seen one of them. I drove back to the cluster of cabins with the high beams still blazing, as if their artificial light could somehow hold the suffocating darkness at bay. The short distance from the woodpile to the mess hall felt like a journey across a hostile, alien landscape. Every tree I passed was no longer just a tree. It was a potential hiding place, a silent sentinel for a world I had unknowingly trespassed upon. The familiar, comforting sight of our camp, usually a beacon of safety and camaraderie, now seemed fragile and terrifyingly exposed. It was a tiny, insignificant island of human order in a vast, chaotic ocean of ancient wilderness, and I now knew the tide was turning against us. My hands were slick with sweat on the steering wheel, and the image of those flat, black, obsidian eyes was seared into my mind. I slammed the truck into park and stumbled out, leaving the engine running and the headlights on, a silent protest against the night. I burst through the door of the mess hall, the hinges groaning in protest. Mac and two of the other older loggers, a wary man named Dave and a quiet giant called Lars, were sitting around a table, a half-finished game of poker laid out before them. They looked up, startled by my sudden, frantic entrance. "George, what in the hell's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost," Mac said, his brow furrowed with concern more than annoyance. I stood there for a moment, panting, my mind a whirlwind of impossible images and grating, metallic sounds. I tried to speak, but the words caught in my throat. I was a practical man, a man who believed in what he could see and touch. How could I possibly explain what I had just witnessed without them thinking I had finally lost my mind? The handles, I finally managed to choke out, my voice raspy and unfamiliar to my own ears. The axe handles. I know what's been taking them. Dave chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Don't tell me you fell asleep and dreamed up some monster, George. We figured it was just a damn porcupine with a taste for hickory." "It wasn't a porcupine," I said, my voice gaining a desperate edge. I walked over to their table, leaning on it with both hands, my body trembling. It was a creature. A thing. I saw it. It was eating the handle I left out. I described it to them in a torrent of frantic, disjointed words. I told them about its size, its wary, dark fur, its stumpy legs. I tried to explain the impossible shape of its head, how it was a perfect, living replica of a felling axe. I described the grinding maw, the splintering crunch of the wood, the high-pitched, metallic screech it made when the headlights hit it. As I spoke, I saw their expressions shift from mild concern to genuine alarm, then to deep, ingrained skepticism. Mac, ever the pragmatist, held up a hand to stop me. "Easy, George. Slow down, you're not making any sense," he said, his voice calm but firm. "You've been working too hard. Not getting enough sleep? The mind plays tricks on you out here in the dark. It wasn't a trick, I yelled, slamming my fist on the table, making the poker chips jump. I saw it, Mac. It was real. Lars, who rarely spoke, looked at me with something that wasn't quite disbelief. It was a deep, ancestral fear, the look of a man whose Nordic ancestors had told tales of trolls and goblins hiding in the deep, dark woods. But it was Mac I had to convince. He was our crew chief, the anchor of our small, isolated world. "All right," he said, standing up and pushing his chair back. "All right, show us. Show us what's got you so spooked." A wave of relief washed over me. I led them out into the cold night air, back toward my still, running truck. The headlights illuminated the woodpile, creating long, dancing shadows. As we got closer, they saw it. The axe handle I had left as bait was lying on the ground, just where the creature had dropped it. It was mangled, half devoured. Deep, unnatural gouges were carved into the wood, and it was slick with a dark, fell-smelling saliva that glistened wetly in the light. The acrid, musky scent I had smelled before hung heavy in the air. Mac knelt, his face grim. He didn't touch the handle, but he leaned in close to examine it. Dave let out a low whistle. No porcupine did that, he whispered, his earlier humor completely gone. "The tracks," I said, my voice barely a whisper. I pointed my flashlight beam at the ground around the woodpile. The strange, scuffing prints were there, clear in the damp earth. They were not the prints of any known animal. They were the tracks of something that shuffled and dragged, something that didn't belong. Max stood up slowly, his face pale in the harsh glare of the headlights. He looked from the mangled handle to the strange tracks, and then into the impenetrable wall of black forest that surrounded us. The skepticism in his eyes was gone, replaced by a cold, hard fear that I recognized because it was a mirror of my own. He didn't need to say anything. We all understood. The stories weren't just stories. The forest was not empty. We were not alone, and our neighbor was a thing of nightmares. We walked back to the mess hall in a heavy, suffocating silence. The decision was unspoken but unanimous. Mac grabbed the radio and tried to raise the main office, but all we got was static. We were cut off. "It doesn't matter," he said, slamming the receiver down. "We're not waiting for permission. Pack your things. Everything you can carry. We're out of here at first light." There were no arguments. No one questioned the decision. The rest of the night was a blur of grim, quiet activity. We woke the other men, our hushed, urgent voices spreading the terror through the camp like a contagion. There was no panic, no shouting. Just the cold, efficient fear of men who understood the giving nature of the wild. We were packing not just our clothes and personal belongings, but our lives. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe. Every gust of wind sounded like that metallic, grating screech. The forest was no longer our livelihood. It was a cage, and we were trapped inside with a monster. As the first gray fingers of dawn pierced the sky, a convoy of battered pickup trucks rolled out of the camp. No one looked back. We were abandoning thousands of dollars of equipment, a lucrative timber contract, and the only life many of us had ever known. But no one cared. We were escaping. I still work as a logger. It's in my blood. But I stay out of the deep, remote wilderness now. I work for a smaller company, one that harvests timber from managed forests on the outskirts of towns, places where the streetlights are never too far away. The experience changed me. It stripped away the comfortable, rational veneer I had placed over the world and showed me the terrifying, irrational chaos that lies just beneath. It taught me that humanity's belief in its own dominion over nature is a dangerous arrogance. We are not masters of this world, we are merely its most successful and most noisy tenants. And sometimes, we trespass in places where we are not welcome, places that have their own ancient rules and their own bizarre, horrifying food chains. The forest has its secrets, and it guards them jealously. I know because I saw one of them, and I still have nightmares of those flat, black eyes, and the sickening, splintering crunch of a creature that was born to eat the tools of man. I never, ever leave an axe lying around anymore. My name is Daniel Sterling. Before the events I am about to recount, I was what you might call a man of empirical evidence, a person who believed firmly in the tangible world. As a structural engineer based in Seattle, my life revolved around concrete, steel, and the unwavering principles of physics. I found comfort in blueprints and stress calculations, in the predictable and the provable. The natural world, for me, was a place of recreation, a weekend diversion. I appreciated the beauty of the wilderness, but I viewed it through the lens of a city dweller. A place to be visited, conquered with the right gear, and then left behind for the comfort of modern civilization. I had hiked dozens of trails, camped under countless stars, and always felt a sense of mastery over my environment. That profound arrogance was, perhaps, my greatest failing. The trip was meant to be a celebration, a reunion with 3 of my oldest friends from college. We chose the Hoh Rainforest Trail, in Olympic National Park, famed for its cathedral, like groves of ancient trees and ethereal, moss-laden beauty. For 2 days our journey was idyllic. We laughed, reminisced, and marveled at the sheer scale of the Sitka spruces and western hemlocks that towered over us, their massive forms draped in emerald cloaks of moss. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, a smell I had always associated with peace and tranquility. We were experienced, well-equipped, and moving at a comfortable pace. There was no reason to suspect that anything could possibly go wrong. On the 3rd day, late in the afternoon, I made the decision that would unravel my entire understanding of reality. It was a simple, mundane act. I needed to relieve myself, and, not wanting to do so directly on the well-trodden path, I stepped off the trail. I told my friends, Mark, Kevin, and Sam, that I'd be right back, to just keep moving slowly and I'd catch up in a minute. I pushed my way through a curtain of ferns, their damp fronds cool against my skin, and found a secluded spot behind a colossal fallen log, its surface a miniature ecosystem of fungi and moss. The forest here was dense, a wall of green and brown that seemed to swallow sound whole. I could no longer hear my friends' footsteps or their conversation. It was just me and the immense, breathing silence of the old-growth forest. The moment I finished, a subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere. It wasn't something I could name at first, just a change in the quality of the silence. It had gone from peaceful to expectant, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. A faint, almost imperceptible feeling of being observed prickled at the base of my skull. I dismissed it as paranoia, the natural unease of being alone in such a vast, wild place. I turned back towards the trail, expecting to see the path just a few yards away. It wasn't there. I stood frozen for a moment, my mind refusing to process the information. I had only walked 20, maybe 30 feet from the trail. It should have been right there. I took a few steps in the direction I was certain it lay, my boots sinking into the soft loam. Nothing, just an unbroken sea of ferns, moss-covered trunks, and the deep, oppressive shadows that clung to the forest floor. I called out, "Mark? Guys? Funny joke, wait up." My voice sounded small, swallowed by the immensity of the woods. The only reply was the faint dripping of water from the canopy high above. A knot of cold dread began to form in my stomach. This wasn't possible. I was a navigator, the one in our group who always handled the map and compass. Getting lost, especially this close to the trail, was an amateur's mistake. I pulled out my compass, the needle quivering before settling north. I knew the trail ran roughly east-west in this section. I took a breath, calmed myself with logic, and began to walk east. With every step, the feeling of being watched intensified. It was no longer a vague prickle, but a tangible pressure, as if 1,000 unseen eyes were fixed upon me from the labyrinth of trees. I found myself constantly stopping, spinning around, my own eyes desperately scanning the gloom. I saw nothing out of the ordinary, just the ancient, silent sentinels of the forest. Firs and cedars stood so close together, their lower branches intertwined, creating a latticework of shadows that played tricks on the eyes. A patch of darker shade could be a hollow, or it could be a lurking form. The sway of a branch could be the wind, or it could be something shifting its weight just out of sight. I forced myself to move faster, the pretense of a calm, logical search giving way to a more primal urge to flee. The forest seemed to change around me. The trees grew closer, their trunks thicker, blocking out what little light penetrated the canopy. The air grew colder, heavy with a strange, musky odor I couldn't identify, like wet soil and something else, something vaguely animalistic. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. And that's when I saw it. Or rather, I almost saw it. It was a flicker of movement at the absolute periphery of my vision. For a nanosecond, as I whipped my head around, my brain registered an image that it immediately tried to reject. Something impossibly tall and unnaturally slender, the color of wet bark in deep shadow. It was there, and then it was gone. It didn't run or leap. It seemed to simply not be there anymore. It had been standing behind a thick cedar, and in the instant I turned, it had vanished, as if it had merged with the tree itself. The speed was wrong. No animal, no person could move that fast, that silently. I stopped dead, my breath catching in my throat. "Who's there?" I yelled, my voice cracking. The silence that answered was absolute. It was a dead, profound vacuum of sound that was more terrifying than any scream. The birds, the insects, the whisper of wind, it had all ceased. The forest was a tomb, and the only sound was the frantic, terrified pounding of my own blood in my ears. I knew then, with a certainty that bypassed all logic and reason, that I was being hunted. This was not a bear or a cougar. This was something else. Something ancient and predatory that knew this forest better than the blood in its own veins. The game had begun. It was toying with me. It was so swift, so perfectly camouflaged, that it could have taken me at any moment. But it wasn't. It was enjoying the chase. The horror wasn't in the confrontation, but in the anticipation. It was in the knowledge that this thing was always there, just behind me, a single step out of my line of sight, a shadow in my peripheral vision. I started to run, crashing blindly through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning. I didn't care about the trail anymore. I just ran, fueled by a terror so pure and absolute it was a physical force. Every time I risked a glance back, I would catch that same impossible flicker of movement, always just disappearing behind the nearest tree as my eyes focused. It was keeping pace with me effortlessly, a silent, shadowy partner in a dance of death. The sun was beginning to set, casting long, distorted shadows that turned the forest into a landscape of nightmares. And I knew, with chilling certainty, that the night was its domain, and I was not going to survive it. The last vestiges of twilight vanished, consumed by a darkness so complete it felt like a physical substance. The forest at night was a different entity entirely. By day, it was a cathedral of life. By night, it was a tomb. My frantic, blind crashing through the undergrowth had slowed to a stumbling, agonizing shuffle. My lungs burned with every ragged gasp of the cold, heavy air, and a sharp pain was beginning to radiate from my ankle, a souvenir from a nasty fall over an unseen route. The adrenaline that had fueled my flight was beginning to wane, replaced by the leaden weight of utter exhaustion and a despair so profound it threatened to swallow me whole. The running had to stop. It was a simple, terrifying calculation. I couldn't outrun it. My body was failing, and in this suffocating blackness, I was more likely to break my neck than to find a way out. The creature, whatever it was not tiring. I couldn't hear it, but I could feel it. Its presence was a constant, cold pressure at my back, a silent promise of violence that was far more unnerving than any growl or snarl. It was patient. It knew this terrain was its ally and my enemy. To continue running was to play its game by its rules. I needed to change the rules. My eyes, straining against the gloom, caught a shape darker than the surrounding darkness. A massive, fallen redwood, its base hollowed out by centuries of fire and decay. It was a pitiful shelter, little more than a scooped-out cavity in the rotting wood. But it was something. With the last of my strength, I scrambled over the damp earth and wedged myself deep inside the hollow. The space was cramped and smelled of decay, wet earth and something else. That same faint, musky animal scent I'd noticed before. Only stronger here. The thought that I might be sharing this space, or that the creature itself had used it as a lair, sent a fresh wave of nausea through me, but I had no other choice. I pulled my knees to my chest, tried to control my breathing, and listened. The silence returned, but it had changed again. It was no longer the dead, sound-absorbing vacuum from before. Now, it was filled with a subtle, predatory intelligence. The game had shifted from a physical chase to a psychological assault. It knew where I was. Hiding was futile in that sense, but it seemed to be willing to indulge my delusion of safety for its own amusement. Then, the sounds began. At first, it was a simple twig snap, just beyond the entrance of my hollow. Then another, closer this time. It was pacing, I realized, circling my hiding spot with an unnerving, deliberate slowness. My mind, the engineer's mind, tried to analyze it, calculate the distance based on sound delay, estimate its stride. Is it bipedal? Quadrupedal? The thoughts were a desperate, pathetic attempt to impose order on a situation that defied all logic. Then came the whispers. Daniel. The voice was a dry, rustling sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement. Yet it formed my name perfectly. It was a sound that should not have been able to speak. It came from the right. I squeezed my eyes shut. My hands clapped over my ears. We lost you, Daniel. This time the whisper was on the left, seeming to emanate from the solid wood of the log itself. It was Mark's voice, or a horrifying parody of it. The cadence was right, the tone was familiar, but it was hollow, empty of life. "It's so dark in here," a new voice whispered, Kevin's voice, seemingly from directly above me. "Why did you run from us?" Tears streamed down my face, mixing with the dirt and sweat. I knew it wasn't them. My friends were miles away, or worse, but my terrified mind couldn't help but latch onto the sliver of hope, the insane possibility that I had somehow imagined all of this. "Mark, Kevin," I croaked, my own voice a pathetic whimper. A soft, guttural chuckle answered me from the entrance of the hollow. It was a sound of pure malice, of ancient, cruel amusement. It had been waiting for me to respond. It was feeding on my fear, savoring my psychological collapse. This was its true hunt. The physical chase was merely the appetizer. I had to see it. The suspense, the not knowing, was a torture worse than any physical threat. My identity as a man of evidence, of proof, demanded it. I needed to see the thing that had dismantled my world. Slowly, trembling uncontrollably, I crawled to the edge of the hollow and peered out. The moon must have risen, or perhaps my eyes had finally adjusted to the abyssal darkness, because the forest was no longer pure black, but a landscape of charcoal grays and deep, impenetrable shadows. And there, standing in a small clearing about 50 feet away, was the source of my terror. The word that screamed through my mind was wrong. It was utterly, fundamentally wrong. It was tall, as I had peripherally glimpsed, but tall was an insufficient word. It stood a good 10 or 11 feet high, but it was so unnaturally thin that it seemed to defy gravity. Its limbs were long and spindly, like the branches of a dead tree, and they bent at angles that no skeleton should allow. Its skin, or hide, was the mottled gray, brown of decaying bark, causing it to blend almost perfectly with the surrounding trees. It had no discernible features, no face that I could see, just a smooth, oblong shape atop its thin neck. It wasn't standing still, it was in constant, fluid motion, its limbs swaying and shifting as if in a silent breeze, its form seeming to melt and reform in the faint light. It moved with a grotesque grace, a nightmarish ballad that was both mesmerizing and deeply repulsive. It was a creature made of shadow and ancient wood, an animate piece of the malevolent forest itself. Seeing it didn't bring relief. It brought a new, more profound horror. My mind had no category for this thing. It was an impossibility, a living refutation of all the physical laws I had built my life upon, and it was looking right at me. I knew it, even without seeing eyes. I could feel its attention like a physical weight. The will to survive, that stubborn, primal instinct, surged through me. Staying in the log was death. Waiting for it to tire of its game was death. My only chance, however slim, was to move. I remembered the sound of water I'd heard earlier during my frantic run. A stream. Streams lead to rivers, and rivers lead to roads, to people, to civilization. It was a desperate gambit, a textbook survival tip that felt absurd in the face of such a supernatural threat. But it was the only logical thought I could cling to. With a surge of desperate energy, I scrambled out of the other side of the hollow log, away from the creature, and began to move as silently as I towards the direction. I remembered the sound of water. I didn't run. I crept, my back screaming with the feeling of its unseen gaze, every rustle of a leaf under my boot sounding as loud as a gunshot. The forest floor was a minefield of roots and rocks. My injured ankle throbbed with every careful step. After an eternity of creeping through the oppressive dark, I heard it again. A faint, gurgling murmur. The sound of moving water. Hope, a dangerous and fragile thing, flickered in my chest. I pushed through a final thicket of ferns and stumbled out onto a rocky bank. Before me, a stream, about 15 feet across, rushed through the forest, the faint moonlight glinting off its black, churning surface. It was a path, a way out. But as I stood on the bank, catching my breath, a sudden, absolute silence fell over the woods behind me. The subtle night sounds, the whisper of the wind, the gurgle of the water, it all vanished. The silence of the hunter had returned. I didn't need to turn around. I knew it was there, just inside the tree line, watching me. I had reached the stream, but I was exposed, caught between the dark forest and the cold, rushing water. It had allowed me to get here. I was standing right where it wanted me. The game had reached a new stage, and I had no idea what the rules were. I stood frozen on the rocky bank, a man caught between two impossible choices. Behind me lay the forest, a realm of suffocating darkness that was the hunting ground of a creature that defied sanity. Before me was the stream, a torrent of black, churning water, cold enough to steal the life from a man in minutes. The silence was absolute, a crushing weight that signaled the creature's proximity. It was there, just within the impenetrable wall of trees, watching me, waiting. It had driven me here, to this exposed position. This was the final act of its cruel play. It wanted me to make a choice. My engineer's mind, what was left of it, raced through a frantic, hopeless analysis. The forest was its domain, every shadow, every tree was its ally. To turn back was to surrender. The water, however, was a different element. It was chaotic, unstructured, and perhaps, just perhaps, alien to the creature. It was a desperate gamble based on nothing but a sliver of instinct. I took a staggering step back, my injured ankle screaming in protest, my eyes fixed on the dark tree line. Then, with a choked sob that was half prayer, half curse, I threw myself into the stream. The shock of the cold was a physical blow, so intense it drove the air from my lungs in a silent scream. It was a cold that felt alive, a predatory cold that seeped instantly through my clothes and into my very bones. The current was stronger than I had anticipated, immediately grabbing my legs and pulling me downstream. For a terrifying moment, I was completely submerged, tumbling end over end in the icy blackness, disoriented and drowning. I fought wildly, my arms flailing, and my head broke the surface. I gasped for air, the sound loud and ragged in the unnatural silence. I managed to find my footing on the slick, uneven rocks of the streambed. The water was waist, deep, its powerful current a constant, relentless force trying to sweep me off my feet. I turned my head back towards the bank where I had stood. The creature had emerged from the trees. It stood at the water's edge, its impossibly tall, slender form a stark, horrifying silhouette against the gloom. It didn't make a sound. It just watched me, its featureless head tilted slightly. It made no move to enter the water. It didn't have to. As I began to stumble downstream, propelled by the current and my own terror, the creature began to move along the bank. It didn't run or walk. It flowed through the forest, a shadow gliding effortlessly between the ancient trees, its movements unnervingly fluid and silent. It was keeping pace with me perfectly. A new, more insidious horror dawned on me. It wasn't just hunting me, it was hurting me. The stream was not an escape route, it was a channel, a corridor of its choosing. I was still its prey, trapped in a watery cage, while it moved with complete freedom on the shore. The psychological torment escalated. Every few minutes, it would emit one of its horrifying, rustling whispers, the sound carrying clearly over the gurgle of the water. Sometimes it was my name, Daniel. Other times, it was the mimicked voices of my friends, laced with a chilling, vacant quality. The water is so cold, Daniel. Why don't you come out? I pushed on, my body a vessel of pure misery. The cold was no longer a sharp shock, but a deep, pervasive ache that had settled into my core. My teeth chattered uncontrollably. My movements became slow, clumsy. My mind began to drift, the line between reality and hallucination blurring. The trees on the bank seemed to twist into grotesque shapes. The sound of the water began to sound like voices, a chorus of mocking laughter. The creature was always there, a flicker of movement on the shore, a constant, silent reminder of my impending doom. It was patient. It knew the cold would do its work. It was simply waiting for my body to fail. Hours passed in a haze of pain and fear. My body was shutting down. I knew I couldn't last much longer. And then I saw a change in the sky. Through a gap in the dense canopy, I saw the oppressive, absolute black of the night sky soften to a deep indigo. Dawn was coming. As the first, faint rays of gray light began to filter through the trees, a change occurred. The creature, which had been a constant presence on the bank, seemed to become less substantial. Its form, which was already like a thing of shadow, began to waver, to blend more deeply with the receding darkness. Its movements became less certain. It was a creature of the absolute night, and the coming day was its enemy. As the light grew, it retreated further from the bank, melting back into the deepest, darkest parts of the forest. I watched, my heart pounding with a fragile, Bukensauyo hope, as its form dissipated entirely, vanishing as if it had never been there at all. It was gone. The release from its presence was so sudden, so absolute, that my legs gave out. I collapsed into the freezing water, the current carrying my nearly lifeless body downstream. I was only vaguely aware of being battered against rocks, of my head slipping under the water, and then bobbing back up. My fight was over. I had survived the night, survived the creature, but the wilderness still intended to claim me. My next conscious thought was of warmth. A scratchy, wool blanket warmth. I was lying on my back, and the light was bright, even through my closed eyelids. I could hear voices, calm and professional. I managed to pry my eyes open. I was on the side of a gravel road, wrapped in several blankets. A man in a park ranger uniform was kneeling beside me. An ambulance was parked nearby, its lights flashing silently. They told me I was lucky. A pair of fishermen heading out at dawn had spotted me washed up on a gravel bar, where the stream passed under a bridge. I was suffering from severe hypothermia, exhaustion, and a sprained ankle. I tried to tell them. I tried to explain about the creature, about being hunted, about the whispers. The ranger just nodded patiently, his eyes full of a placid, professional pity. "You've been through a major trauma," he said calmly. "It's common to have vivid hallucinations with this level of hypothermia. Just rest. You're safe now." But I knew I wasn't. They reunited me with my friends, who had reported me missing the previous evening. Their relief was overshadowed by my state. I was a ghost, a hollowed-out version of the man who had stepped off the trail just 24 hours earlier. I never told them the full story. How could I? That was 6 years ago. I am a different man now. I live in the heart of the city, surrounded by concrete, steel, and the noise of millions. I seek out crowds, I avoid quiet places, and I never, ever look into the deep shadows between buildings at night. The engineer in me, the man of logic and proof, died in that forest. He was replaced by a man who knows that the world is far older and stranger than we believe, and that there are things that lurk just beyond the edges of our understanding. The horror for me never ended, because the creature never left. I got out of the woods, but it followed. Sometimes, when I'm walking down a crowded street or sitting in my brightly lit apartment, I'll get that old, familiar prickling on the back of my neck. That feeling of being watched by something unseen. And I know, with a primal certainty that chills me to my soul, that if I were to turn my head too quickly, I would see nothing but the person behind me or an empty corner. But I know it's there, the hide-a-behind. It didn't get me that night, but it is patient. It has all the time in the world, and it's just waiting for me to stop running. My name is Brenda, and my family's roots run as deep as the ancient oaks in the foothills of the Virginia Appalachians. For 5 generations, the Callahans have raised sheep on this land, our lives dictated by the turning of the seasons and the rhythm of the flock. This isn't just a farm to us, it's a legacy carved from the wilderness, a testament to the resilience of those who came before me. We know this land intimately. Every ridge, every hollow, every shadow that creeps across the pastures as dusk settles. We know the predators that share this territory with us. We can distinguish the sharp, yipping bark of a coyote from the deeper, more guttural cough of a bobcat. We've seen the hulking silhouette of a black bear lumbering at the edge of the woods, and we know to give it a wide berth. We understand their sounds, their tracks, and their habits. They are a part of the natural order, a known quantity in the equation of survival. What I saw that night, however, did not belong to the order of things. It was something else entirely, an intrusion of pure, calculated malevolence that tore a hole in the world I thought I knew. It began subtly, as most horrors do, with a single dead ewe discovered in the high pasture at the break of dawn. My father found her, his face a grim mask as he called me over. She lay in the dew-soaked grass, her wool matted with a dark, sticky substance that wasn't just blood. Her throat had been ripped open with a savage precision that was both ferocious and chillingly clean. But that was the strangest part. Aside from the fatal wound, her body was untouched. No part of her had been eaten. A coyote kills for hunger, a bear for opportunity. They leave behind signs of a desperate, messy struggle. This was different. It was a killing for the sake of killing. An act of violence that felt more like a statement than a meal. The rest of the flock was huddled at the far end of the pasture, their usual mourning, bleating replaced by an unnerving, profound silence. Their eyes, wide with a terror I had never seen in them before, were all fixed on the spot where their fallen sister lay. We dismissed it as a fluke, perhaps a young, inexperienced predator learning to hunt. But a cold knot of unease had already begun to tighten in my stomach. The next night, it happened again. This time, there were 3 of them, scattered across the same pasture like gruesome, woolly statues in the pale morning light. Each one had been killed in the exact same manner. A single, devastating tear to the throat, the life drained out of them, but their flesh left to the flies. The silence of the flock was even deeper this time. A heavy, oppressive blanket of fear that seemed to suck the very air from the mountains. That was when my father's worry turned to a quiet, simmering anger, and my own unease blossomed into cold dread. This was not the work of any animal we knew. This was a direct assault on our livelihood, on our history. After a tense, silent dinner, I made my decision. I'm sitting up tonight, I announced, my voice firmer than I felt. I'll take the 3006 and post up in the deer stand by the high pasture. My father looked at me, his eyes clouded with concern, but he saw the same stubborn resolve in me that kept our family on this land for over a century. He simply nodded, his jaw tight. Be careful, Brenda. Whatever's out there, it's not playing by the rules. As twilight bled across the sky, painting the peaks in shades of bruised purple and fiery orange, I made my preparations. The Remington 3006 felt solid and reassuring in my hands, its polished wood stock worn smooth by years of use. It was a powerful rifle, capable of taking down a buck at 300 yards. I felt confident it could handle anything that walked on four legs. I slipped a box of cartridges into the pocket of my heavy jacket, grabbed a thermos of black coffee, and headed out into the fading light. The deer stand was a sturdy, elevated platform built into the sturdy limbs of a massive white oak at the edge of the pasture. It offered a commanding view of the entire field. As I settled in for the long wait, the familiar sounds of the Appalachian night began to rise around me. The chirping of crickets, the mournful call of a distant whippoorwill, the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth. For a few hours, everything felt normal. The moon, nearly full, cast a silvery glow over the landscape, and a gentle breeze whispered through the leaves. I felt a sense of calm settle over me, the hunter's patience taking over. But just after midnight, the weather began to turn. A thick, unnatural fog rolled in from the hollows, not drifting lazily but advancing with a purpose, like a silent, white tide. It swallowed the moonlight, blanketing the field in a ghostly, opaque shroud. The air grew cold and heavy, and the familiar night sounds died away, replaced by a profound and unnerving silence. The world shrank until it was just me, the oak tree, and the impenetrable wall of white. My senses were on high alert, every nerve ending tingling with anticipation and a growing sense of isolation. It was around 2 a.m. when I heard it. It wasn't a howl, a growl, or a cry I could identify. It was a scream, a high-pitched, piercing shriek that seemed to tear through the fabric of the night. It was a sound of pure agony and rage, something demonic and ancient that echoed through the fog-drenched valley and vibrated deep within my bones. The hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end, and a primal fear, cold and sharp, lanced through my heart. The coffee in my thermos suddenly seemed use against the chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. My knuckles were white as I gripped the rifle, my eyes straining to pierce the suffocating fog. And then I saw them. They emerged from the edge of the woods, materializing from the mist like phantoms. The user's description was an understatement. They were shaped like wolves. Yes, but they were monstrously large, bigger than any timber wolf I'd ever seen or read about. Their forms were sleek and powerful, yet they moved with an eerie, unnatural silence, their massive paws making no sound on the damp earth. Their fur was not merely black, it was the color of pitch, a void, like darkness that seemed to absorb the faint ambient light. And their eyes glowed with a faint, hellish red light, like the dying embers of a malevolent fire. They moved as a pack, their leader a step ahead of the others. It was even larger than the rest, its chest broad and deep. My hunter's instincts, honned over a lifetime, took over. I pushed past the terror, my movements becoming fluid and automatic. I raised the 3006, the cold metal of the scope pressing against my eye. I found the leader in the crosshairs, centering them on its massive chest. I took a breath, held it, and gently squeezed the trigger. The rifle boomed, the sound a deafening explosion in the preternatural quiet. The recoil slammed hard into my shoulder, a familiar and grounding pain. But the result was anything but familiar. Just as the muzzle flashed, illuminating the scene for a split second, the giant wolf dissolved. It didn't dodge or leap away. It simply disintegrated into a swirling, chaotic cloud of black smoke and shadow. The 180 grain bullet, a projectile that could stop a charging bear, passed right through the space where the creature had been and smacked into a distant tree with a dull thud. My mind reeled, unable to process what I had just witnessed. Before I could even work the bolt to chamber another round, the entire pack followed their leader's example, dissolving into formless, wreathing clouds of night, black smoke. The fog swirled and eddied violently, as if stirred by an unseen hand. Then, just as suddenly, they reformed. They were no longer at the edge of the woods. They were in the pasture, silent as death, having moved 100 yards in the blink of an eye. And they were arranged in a perfect, deliberate circle all around the base of my stand. A cold, paralyzing realization washed over me, extinguishing the last embers of my courage. They hadn't been hunting my sheep. The sheep were just the bait. They were hunting me. I was trapped, 20 feet in the air, surrounded by predators I couldn't shoot, creatures made of shadow and malice. Their glowing red eyes all stared up at me, not with animal hunger, but with a terrifying, intelligent hatred. And from all around me, that terrible, screaming howl began again, a symphony of the damned rising from the fog. I don't remember climbing down. I don't remember the splinters digging into my hands or the jarring impact with the ground. I just remember running, a blind, panicked flight, and the chilling, unforgettable feeling of smoky, insubstantial claws raking at my back, cold and sharp as grave dirt. I ran. I don't know for how long. Time seemed to dissolve into a frantic, heart-pounding rhythm of my own breath and the desperate pump of my legs. The fog was a disorienting enemy, a cold, wet labyrinth that twisted the familiar landscape into a nightmare. Trees loomed out of the white void like skeletal sentinels, their branches reaching for me like gnarled fingers. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a fresh jolt of terror through me. The demonic screams echoed from all directions at once, a tormenting chorus that seemed to be inside my own head. I didn't dare look back. I couldn't. The memory of those glowing red eyes and the feeling of those phantom claws was burned into my mind, a terror so profound it threatened to shatter my sanity. My lungs burned, my legs screamed in protest, but I kept running, fueled by a primal instinct to survive. The farmhouse porch light, usually a faint, distant star, became my only beacon. A single point of hope in a world that had suddenly become a hunting ground. I burst through the front door like a wild animal, slamming it shut behind me and fumbling with the deadbolt, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grasp the lock. My father was there in an instant, jolted from his armchair by the commotion. He took one look at my face, pale, streaked with dirt and tears, my eyes wide with a terror he had never seen, and his own face went ashen. "Brenda, what in God's name happened?" I couldn't form words. All that came out were choked, gasping sobs. I collapsed against the door, sliding to the floor as my legs finally gave out. He was kneeling beside me, his strong hands on my shoulders. "Talk to me, girl. Were you hurt? Was it a bear?" "No." I finally managed to whisper, the word ragged and raw. "Not a bear." Then the things, they were hunting me. I tried to explain what I had seen, the impossible size. The smoke, like bodies, the red eyes, the way my bullet had passed right through them. I described how they had surrounded me, how they had reformed from the mist. The story tumbled out in a frantic, incoherent rush, the words of a madwoman. I could see the struggle in my father's eyes. He saw my genuine terror, the long, shallow scratches on my back that had somehow torn through my heavy jacket, the wild look in my eyes. But the story itself was beyond the realm of his understanding. He was a man of the earth, of tangible things. He understood rifles, livestock, and predators made of flesh and blood. He did not understand monsters made of shadow. "Brenda, slow down," he said, his voice gentle but firm, the way he spoke when calming a spooked horse. "You were out there alone, in that thick fog. Your mind can play tricks on you." He didn't believe me. Not really. He wanted to, but he couldn't. To him, it was a bear or a pack of coyotes, magnified and distorted by fear and the disorienting fog. The scratches. A panicked fall from the stand. The dissolving wolves. A trick of the light. I felt a new kind of horror creeping in. The horror of isolation. The one person I needed to believe me, to validate that I wasn't losing my mind, was looking at me with pity and concern, not belief. He helped me to my feet and sat me down in his armchair, wrapping an old quilt around my trembling shoulders. He didn't press me further that night, simply staying with me until the shaking subsided and the sun began to hint at its arrival. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw glowing red orbs in the darkness, and the sound of that unholy scream echoed in my ears. When morning finally broke, the fog had lifted, revealing a deceptively peaceful landscape. The world looked normal again, which only made the night's events feel more like a fever dream. "Come on," my father said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "Let's go get your rifle." The walk to the high pasture was tense and silent. The air was crisp and clean, the ground damp from the fog. When we reached the clearing, the deer stand was still there, a silent witness in the old oak. My .36 lay on the platform where I dropped it. But the ground below told a story that made my father's brow furrow. My tracks were there, clear in the soft earth, showing the deep impressions where I had landed after my desperate, uncontrolled descent. But there were other marks, too, all around the base of the tree, where the creatures had formed their circle. The ground was marked with strange, scorched patches, as if something intensely hot had briefly touched the grass. There were no paw prints, not a single one. A faint, acrid smell, like burnt ozone and something old and rotten, hung in the air. My father knelt, touching the edge of one of the scorched circles. He looked at the ground, then at my face, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something beyond skepticism in his eyes. It was a deep, ancestral fear, a recognition of something wrong. "What in the hell?" he murmured to himself. The sheep were gone, not dead. Vanished. The entire flock that had been in the high pasture had simply disappeared without a trace. The days that followed were a waking nightmare. We brought the rest of our flock down from the other pastures, keeping them in the barn and the small field next to the house. But the feeling of safety was an illusion. The threat was no longer confined to the high pastures. It was closing in. I felt constantly watched. A flicker of movement at the edge of my vision would make me jump. A shadow in a corner would seem to coalesce into something menacing before I could get a clear look. The nights were the worst. We'd hear it again. That high, piercing scream, drifting on the wind, sometimes distant, sometimes seeming to come from just beyond the yard. My father, now a reluctant believer, became a man possessed. He reinforced the doors, boarded up several of the downstairs windows, and kept a loaded shotgun by his side at all times. We were prisoners in our own home. The rational world we had lived in for our entire lives had been peeled back to reveal a writhing, malevolent reality underneath. This wasn't about livestock anymore. This was a siege. Desperate for answers, I turned from the present to the past. I remembered stories my grandmother used to tell, spooky tales to scare the children, about things that lived in the deepest, oldest parts of these mountains. I'd always dismissed them as folklore. Now, I wasn't so sure. I spent an afternoon in the dusty attic, going through old trunks. In a leather-bound family Bible dating back to the 1800s, I found what I was looking for. Tucked between the pages of Lamentations was a handwritten entry from my great-great-grandfather, Eamon Callahan. His script was shaky. The ink faded. October 1888. The flock is gone. The hounds of night have taken them. They cannot be shot. They are smoke and shadow, born of malice. They fear only the rowan wood and the fire, for they are creatures of the cold, dark earth. They scream to unmake a man's mind. Do not listen. Do not look into their eyes. They are a door to hell itself. God save us, the hounds of night. The words sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the draft in the attic. Smoke and shadow cannot be shot. It was all there. My ancestors had faced these things before. This wasn't a new horror, it was an ancient one, and it had returned. I ran downstairs, the Bible clutched in my hands, and showed the passage to my father. He read it, his face grim. The last vestiges of his doubt evaporated, replaced by the grim certainty of a man facing an old and hated enemy. Rowan wood, he said, his voice a low growl. There's an old rowan tree down by the creek. That night, the attack came. It wasn't just screams on the wind. It was a direct assault. As darkness fell, we saw them materialize of the woods surrounding the house. Dozens of them. More than I had seen in the pasture. Their red eyes were a constellation of hellfire in the gloom. They didn't rush the house. They just stood there watching. A silent army of nightmares. Then the screaming began, a symphony from all sides, a sonic assault designed to break our will, to shatter our sanity. We could hear their insubstantial forms, brushing against the walls of the house, the sound like dry, scraping leaves. Shadowy shapes blotted out the light frames we hadn't boarded, their massive forms pressing against the glass, which groaned under a pressure that shouldn't have been possible. We were trapped, barricaded inside our ancestral home, the screams of the damned clawing at the walls in our minds. The siege had begun. The siege was a relentless assault on the senses and the soul. The screaming of the hounds was not merely sound. It was a physical force that vibrated through the wooden walls of the house, through the floorboards, and into our very bones. It was a frequency of madness, designed to peel away layers of courage and reason until only raw, gibbering terror remained. We stuffed rags in our ears, but it was useless. The sound was inside us. Through the small gaps in the boarded up windows we could see them. a flowing river of darkness, punctuated by countless pairs of glowing red eyes that stared with cold, intelligent malice. They didn't try to break down the door or shatter the windows. They were patient. They were content to surround us, to let their psychic venom seep into our sanctuary until we broke. The shadows they cast pressed against the glass, and the old panes would groan and creak, not from a physical weight, but from a pressure that felt ancient and otherworldly. They're trying to wait us out. My father growled, his face illuminated by the flickering light of a single kerosene lamp. He held his shotgun, but we both knew it was little more than a talisman against creatures that a bullet couldn't touch. They want us to go mad in here. The Bible, I said, my voice hoarse. Eamon wrote they fear fire and row on wood. My father's eyes met mine, and in their depths, I saw the Callahan's stubbornness ignite, burning away the fear and leaving behind a core of hard, unyielding resolve. The old rowan tree by the creek. He repeated, not as a question, but as a statement of intent. It's maybe 100 yards from the back door, through the old vegetable garden. 100 yards. In the dead of night, surrounded by a pack of spectral monsters, it might as well have been 100 miles. But it was the only chance we had. Staying here meant a slow descent into madness and eventual death. Making a run for it was a slim hope, but it was hope nonetheless. A plan desperate and wild began to form between us without a word being spoken. We were the descendants of people who had carved a life from this unforgiving wilderness. We would not die cowering in the dark. Our movements became swift and purposeful. My father grabbed the axe that always leaned by the hearth, its blade honed to a razor's edge. He handed me 2 more kerosene lamps. Break the glass. Use the quilt from your bed to make torches. While I worked, my hands surprisingly steady, he went to the shed out back, a small structure attached to the house. He returned with a can of gasoline and a handful of empty glass bottles. The air filled with the sharp tang of fuel as he created a handful of crude Molotov cocktails. Our arsenal was primitive, a peasant's desperate stand against a supernatural army, an axe, fire, and the hope of a sacred tree. When I open the back door, I'll throw the first one straight ahead to clear a path, he instructed, his voice low and intense. You light the torches. We run for the tree. Don't stop. Don't look back. No matter what you hear. Do you understand me, Brenda? I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. I looked at this man. My father, his face etched with worry, but his back straight and unbowed. He was not just fighting for his life. He was fighting for mine. For the legacy of our name. He took a deep breath, positioned himself by the back door, and gave me a final, hard look. Now, I smashed the lamps and lit the gasoline-soaked rags. They erupted into brilliant, hungry life, casting dancing, defiant shadows against the walls. The moment the flames blossomed, the screaming outside intensified, changing its pitch from a tormenting howl to a shriek of pure rage. My father ripped the door open and hurled the first bottle. It sailed through the air and shattered on the path, erupting in a whoosh of brilliant orange flame. For a heartbeat, the night was illuminated. The hounds recoiled from the sudden heat and light, their smoky forms wavering and pulling back from the fire. "Gio," he yelled. We plunged into the night. The sudden cold was a shock after the stuffy warmth of the house. The air was thick with the stench of rot and ozone. I held a torch in each hand, creating a small, moving circle of light around us. The hounds were everywhere, a maelstrom of shadow and red eyes, just beyond the reach of our flames. They didn't touch us, but their presence was a crushing weight, a cold that sank deep into our flesh. Their screams were deafening, a physical blow that tried to knock us off our feet. We ran across the familiar ground of the garden, my father slightly ahead, the axe held ready. A hound, larger than the rest, lunged from the side, its form solidifying for a moment. My father didn't hesitate. He swung the axe not at the creature, but at the ground in front of it. The steel blade struck a rock, sending a shower of bright sparks into the air. The creature shrieked and dissolved, repelled not by the axe, but by the flash of fire the impact had created. The creek was just ahead, its gurgling sound a whisper of sanity in the chaos. And there, on the bank, was the rowan tree. Its leaves, even in the torchlight, seemed to have a silvery sheen. It felt different, a bastion of pure, natural life in this corrupted landscape. But the hounds knew where we were going. They surged forward, their forms becoming denser, more solid, as if their rage was giving them substance. They were forming a wall of bodies between us and the tree.
Brenda, the last bottle.
My father roared. I threw it with all my might. It exploded at the base of the pack, creating another wall of fire. The hounds screamed and scattered, giving us the opening we needed. We scrambled the last few feet to the bank. As we reached the shelter of the rowan's branches, the change was instantaneous and profound. The crushing pressure on my mind eased. The soul freezing cold lessened. The hounds would not cross the invisible line, drawn by the tree's presence. They snarled and paced at the edge of its canopy, their red eyes burning with impotent fury. My father wasted no time. With powerful, desperate swings, he chopped at a low, hanging branch. The axe bit deep, and with a crack, a heavy limb fell to the ground. He hacked off a smaller piece, about the length of his arm, and thrust it into my hands. "Hold this," he commanded, before taking a larger section for himself. The wood felt warm, alive, humming with a clean, quiet energy that was the antithesis of the creatures before us. Holding the rowan wood like a club, my father stepped out from under the tree's protection. He was no longer just a farmer. He was a warrior defending his ancestral land. A hound lunged, and he met it head-on, swinging the rowan branch. The moment the sacred wood made contact with the creature's smoky form, the hound erupted in a shower of foul, smelling black sparks, its scream cut short as it utterly disintegrated. It didn't just dissolve, it was unmade. A wave of shock rippled through the pack. They had met a weapon that could truly harm them. Seeing their hesitation, I stepped out too, holding my own smaller branch like a shield. We stood back, surrounded but no longer defenseless, the rowan wood in our hands, and the fire from the last bottle still burning behind the pack, trapping them. We didn't need to kill them all. We just needed to survive until dawn. For what felt like an eternity, we stood our ground, a tiny island of defiance in a sea of nightmares. The hounds lunged, and we met them with fire and wood, a desperate, ancient dance on the bank of the creek. And then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, the darkness began to lose its edge. A faint gray light appeared on the eastern horizon. Dawn was coming. As the first true rays of sunlight crested the Appalachian peaks, the hounds began to fade. Their screams softened into mournful whimpers, and their smoky bodies grew thin and translucent. One by one, they dissolved into the retreating shadows, melting away like a bad dream in the morning light. Soon they were all gone, We were left standing alone in the silence of the new day, panting, covered in soot, clutching our blessed pieces of wood. The house stood before us, its door hanging open, a silent testament to the night's battle. We had survived. We never saw the hounds of night again, but we never forgot. We cleared the scorched patches from the yard and mended the door, but the land itself felt different, forever tainted by the memory. We planted branches from the rowan tree at the four corners of our property. We live here still, and we raise our sheep, but we always keep a careful watch on the shadows. We know that we are not alone in these hills. We know that the world is older and stranger than most people believe, and that some legends are born from truths that are best left undisturbed. And every night, as dusk falls, we light a fire, not just for warmth, but as a warning, a beacon of defiance against the things that hunt in the dark. My name is Justin, and I have come to believe that some places in this world are best left undisturbed, that they hold secrets older than memory and darker than a moonless night. I learned this lesson in the dense, whispering forests of western Massachusetts, a place I had naively chosen for a camping trip meant to forge a bond with my 7-year-old daughter, Lily. It was a mistake that would unravel our lives, a decision that invited a primal darkness into our world. Lily was a child of the city, her world a symphony of sirens, car horns, and the digital glow of screens. Her playground was concrete, her sky a sliver of blue framed by skyscrapers. I wanted more for her. I wanted her to feel the soft earth beneath her feet, to hear the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, to see a sky so vast and riddled with stars it would make her feel both infinitesimally small and infinitely significant. I wanted her to experience the magic of the wild. I never imagined the magic she would find was not one of wonder, but of ancient, predatory hunger. The drive out from Boston was a gradual shedding of civilization. The relentless gray of the city bled into the vibrant, almost aggressive green of the countryside. Tall buildings gave way to rolling hills, and the oppressive hum of urban life was replaced by the sighing of the wind through the trees. Lily was captivated, her face pressed against the window, her small finger tracing the shapes of the clouds. For a while, my plan felt perfect. This was right. This was what a father and daughter should be doing. We found a designated campsite in a state forest that felt miles from anywhere. It was a small clearing, cradled by a dense wall of pine and oak trees that seemed to lean in, as if sharing a secret. A narrow, fast-running stream gurgled nearby, its water clear and cold. As I unpacked our gear, I felt a profound sense of peace settle over me. The air was clean, scented with pine needles and damp earth. This, I thought with a surge of paternal pride, was an experience she would never forget. I had no idea how horribly true that would be. Setting up the tent was a clumsy ballad of poles and nylon. Lily, in her eagerness to help, managed to trip over every guy line and ask 1,000 questions a minute. I was patient, explaining the purpose of the rainfly and how to stake the corners down, feeling like the capable, outdoorsman father I always wanted to be. We were a team. Once the tent was up, a small blue dome in a sea of green, Lily's attention began to wander. The immediate vicinity of the campsite, with its fire pit and picnic table, was quickly exhausted of its novelties. Her eyes kept drifting to the dark, inviting more of the forest that surrounded us. "Can I go explore, Daddy?" she asked, her voice a small, hopeful chime. Stay where I can see you, I cautioned, my voice carrying the automatic weight of parental anxiety. Don't go too far into the trees. She promised with the solemn gravity only a 7-year-old can muster, and then she was off. A flash of her bright pink jacket disappearing and reappearing between the thick trunks of the trees at the edge of the clearing. I watched her for a few minutes, my heart swelling with a love so fierce it was almost painful. Then, I turned back to the task of organizing our supplies. The sounds of her happy chatter, just audible over the murmur of the stream. She was gone for perhaps 20 minutes, just long enough for the seed of unease to sprout in my gut. The forest had a way of swallowing sound. One moment I could hear her, the next, only the wind. I stood up, about to call her name, when she burst back into the clearing, her face flushed and her eyes shining with an intensity that startled me.
Daddy! Daddy! I made a new friend!
She exclaimed, her voice breathless. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, followed by amusement. We were, to my knowledge, the only people for miles. Oh yeah. Is there another camper nearby? She shook her head vigorously, her blonde ponytail whipping back and forth.
No! He lives here!
In the woods, I chuckled, ruffling her hair. The classic imaginary friend, a staple of a lonely child's rich inner life. It was sweet. An imaginary friend, huh? That's wonderful, sweetie. What's his name? He didn't say. She replied, her brow furrowing in concentration. He's a little man, like really little. And he has a big, funny nose and pointy ears. And he talks funny, like birds. The description was so specific, so peculiar, that my smile faltered for a second. It wasn't the usual princess or superhero companion. It was odd. But she was a child with a vivid imagination, something I had always tried to encourage. Well, that sounds like a very interesting friend, I said, forcing a casual tone. What did you two talk about? Showed me a shiny rock, she said, her attention already drifting. Can I go back and play with him? He's shy. Not right now, Lilybug, I said, steering her towards the picnic table. It's almost time for dinner. We're having hot dogs. The promise of roasted hot dogs, her favorite, was enough to distract her. But as we sat by the fire pit, turning our food on sharpened sticks, I saw her gaze drift back to the woods. The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. As the light faded, the character of the forest changed. The daytime beauty acquired a menacing edge. Shadows stretched and twisted into unsettling shapes, and the familiar woods of the afternoon became a dark, impenetrable fortress. The air grew colder, and the silence between the chirping of crickets felt heavy, watchful. I found myself glancing towards the trees more and more often, an irrational knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. I dismissed it as the city dweller's paranoia, the unease of an environment stripped of familiar sounds and lights. But it felt like more than that. It felt like we were being observed. Later, tucked into our sleeping bags inside the tent, the thin nylon walls felt like a pathetically flimsy shield against the vast, dark wilderness outside. I read Lily a chapter from her favorite book by the beam of a lantern, my voice sounding small and thin in the immense quiet. She was asleep before I finished the page. I lay awake for a long time, listening. The night was alive with a symphony of strange noises. The snap of a twig, the distant hoot of an owl, the incessant whisper of the wind. Every sound seemed amplified, alien. Eventually, the rhythmic sound of Lily's breathing and the sheer exhaustion of the day pulled me under. I don't know what time it was when the sound woke me. It was a faint, high-pitched chittering just outside the tent. It wasn't the sound of any animal I knew. It was a rapid, clicking noise, almost insect-like, yet it had a strange, guttural quality to it. It was a sound that made the primitive part of my brain scream wrong. I sat bolt upright, my heart hammering against my ribs. My breath caught in my throat. I strained my ears, listening. The chittering came again, closer this time. I slowly turned my head to the other side of the tent, where Lily had been sleeping soundly. The space was empty. Her sleeping bag, a cheerful unicorn pattern, lay rumpled and vacant. A cold, sharp dread, more terrifying than any I had ever known, pierced through me. My eyes darted to the front of the tent. The flap, which I had meticulously zipped shut before we went to sleep, was now hanging open, a dark, gaping mouth revealing a sliver of the moonlit night. She was gone. Panic is a poor word for the sensation that seized me. It was a complete system failure, a primal scream in the deepest recess of my soul that shut down all rational thought. For a frozen second, the world dissolved into a meaningless blur of nylon, night, and the deafening roar of blood in my ears. Lily. Gone. The two words hammered at my consciousness, a brutal, beat rhythm of pure terror. Then, adrenaline kicked in, a savage, cleansing fire. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, my limbs clumsy and uncoordinated. I didn't bother with shoes or a jacket. The cold, damp ground was a distant shock to my bare feet. I grabbed the heavy, duty flashlight from the mesh pocket by the tent door, its familiar weight a pathetic comfort, and burst out into the night. Lyle! The name was torn from my throat, a raw, ragged sound that seemed to be swallowed instantly by the oppressive silence of the forest. The only reply was the mocking echo of my own voice, thrown back at me from the wall of trees. Asir Mimi. My flashlight beam cut a frantic, trembling path through the darkness, dancing over the familiar shapes of our campsite, the dead fire pit, the picnic table, the cooler. Everything was still, undisturbed, a placid stage for a nightmare. My heart hammered against my ribs, each beat a painful reminder of every second she was missing. My mind, a traitor, began conjuring images of every possible horror. The wilderness held a fall into the fast. Moving stream, a wandering bear, or worse, a human predator who had been watching us, waiting. Then my light fell upon the ground just outside the open tent flap. There in the soft, damp earth were footprints. They were small, delicate, and unmistakably the prints of a child's bare feet. Lily's footprints. A fresh wave of cold dread washed over me. She had walked out of the tent, willingly, or had she been led? Alongside her prints was another set, and these made my breath catch in my throat. They were tiny, smaller than Lily's, but they were not human. They were misshapen, with long, splayed toes and a strange, deep indentation where a heel should be. They looked almost like the tracks of a bird, but heavier, more solid. The little man. The chittering sound echoed in my memory, and I knew, with a certainty that defied all logic, that her imaginary friend was real. A trail of these bizarre, dual footprints led away from the campsite, straight towards the black, waiting maw of the forest. There was no hesitation. I plunged into the trees, following the path illuminated by my trembling light. The forest closed in around me immediately, a suffocating blanket of darkness and unseen things. Branches, like skeletal fingers, clawed at my face and arms, leaving angry red scratches. Thorns tore at my pajamas. The cold was a physical presence seeping into my bones, but I barely felt it. My entire world had narrowed to that single, desperate purpose follow the tracks. Find my daughter. I screamed her name again and again, my voice growing hoarse.
Lily! Daddy's coming! Lily!
The woods remained silent, offering no response. The beam of my flashlight was a fragile island of light in an ocean of black. It revealed a world transformed by night. Familiar trees became towering, monstrous figures, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes. Every shadow seemed to wreathe with a life of its own, and the rustle of leaves could be a squirrel or something far, far worse. The trail was maddeningly difficult to follow. The forest floor was a chaotic tapestry of fallen leaves, roots, and rocks. Several times I lost the tiny footprints, my heart seizing with a fresh surge of panic, only to find them again a few feet away, continuing their inexorable path deeper into the wilderness. They led me away from the stream, up a gentle slope covered in thick ferns that soaked my trousers to the knee. The air grew heavier, thick with the smell of decay and damp earth. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably no more than 15 minutes, the dense trees began to thin. I could see a faint, silvery light ahead. The trail led me to a small, almost perfectly circular clearing, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moon. The grass here was short and soft, like a manicured lawn, a stark contrast to the wild chaos of the surrounding woods. It was unnervously still, and there she was. My heart stopped. Lily stood in the center of the clearing, her back to me. She was holding hands with a creature. It was exactly as she had described, and yet 1,000 times more unsettling in the flesh. It stood no more than 3 feet tall, its skin a pale, luminous gray that seemed to absorb and reflect the moonlight. Its limbs were long and spindly, its body oddly proportioned. It had a long, probing nose that twitched constantly, and its ears were sharply pointed, like those of a bat. But its eyes were the worst. They were huge, entirely black, and held a depth that spoke of an ancient, non-human intelligence. It was the little man. They stood perfectly still, hand in hand, as if posing for some terrible, secret portrait. Lily's head was tilted up, and she seemed to be listening intently. The creature was making that same high, pitched, chittering sound, but it was softer now, almost like a lullaby. It was a sound that vibrated in the air, a sound that felt like it was trying to worm its way directly into my brain. For a moment, I was paralyzed, caught in a web of disbelief and terror. This couldn't be real. It was a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by a father's worst fear. But the cold on my skin, the sting of the scratches on my arms, the solid reality of my daughter standing just 50 feet away with that thing. It was all horribly real. Lily. The scream was ripped from my lungs, raw and desperate. The creature's head snapped around to look at me. The chittering stopped instantly. In the moonlight, its black, depthless eyes flashed with something I can only describe as malevolent annoyance. It was the look of a predator whose meal had been interrupted. It had been aware of me the entire time. It had let me follow. It had wanted me to see. It let go of Lily's hand. And then, something impossible happened. In the space between one heartbeat and the next, its form shimmered, wavered, and changed. The smooth, gray skin erupted into a bristling coat of sharp, dark quills. The spindly limbs thickened. The long nose shortened, and the entire creature hunched down, transforming before my very eyes. It was no longer a small, goblin-like man. It was a large, unnaturally fierce-looking porcupine. It gave one final, sharp chittering sound, a noise that was now clearly a sound of aggression. and then it turned and vanished into the undergrowth with impossible speed. The clearing was suddenly empty, save for the small, solitary figure of my daughter. The spell was broken. I ran, my legs pumping, my bare feet pounding against the soft earth. I didn't stop until I had scooped Lily into my arms, holding her so tightly I was afraid I might hurt her. She felt so small, so fragile. She was unharmed, her eyes wide and dazed, as if waking from a deep sleep. "Daddy," she murmured, her voice thick with confusion. "The little man had to go. You scared him." "It's okay, baby, it's okay," I whispered, my voice choked with relief. I kissed her forehead, her cheeks, her hair, reassuring myself that she was real, that she was safe. "Let's go back to the tent." She was sleepy, compliant, leaning her head against my shoulder as I carried her back through the terrifying woods. The return journey was a blur of adrenaline and fear. Every shadow was the creature, every sound was its chittering call. I didn't feel the branches or the cold. I just moved, driven by the singular need to get her back to the flimsy safety of our tent. It wasn't until we were back inside, the flap zipped securely shut and the lantern casting a warm, golden glow, that I saw it. As I was settling her into her sleeping bag, her small hand flopped open. Embedded in the soft flesh of her palm was a single, dark quill. It was about an inch long, thicker than a normal porcupine quill, and almost looked like a thorn. My blood ran cold. With trembling fingers, I gently but firmly pulled it out. Lily barely stirred. A single, tiny drop of liquid oozed from the small puncture wound. But it wasn't blood. It was a dark, almost black, oily substance that glistened in the lantern light. It held a faint, unpleasant, musky odor. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The Pukwaji. The name surfaced in my mind from some half-forgotten local legend I'd read once. Hadn't been trying to hurt her in that moment. It had been luring her away, charming her. The transformation, the flight, that was for my benefit. A display, a warning, and the quill. The single drop of black poison, not an accident. It was a mark, a claim. It was a promise that it would be back for her. And this time, I might not be able to stop it. Sleep was no longer an option. The rest of the night became a long, drawn-out exercise in paranoia. I sat holding Lily's sleeping form in the tent, the flickering lantern my only companion. The silence of the forest, once peaceful, was now pregnant with threat. Every sigh of the wind through the trees sounded like a mocking whisper. Every snap of a twig made me jump. I stared at the tiny wound on her palm, now just a faint, bruised shadow around the puncture. The thick, black liquid was gone, absorbed into her, leaving only the mark of a terrible promise. The thought of waiting for dawn was impossible. To stay in this forest for another minute felt like tempting fate. As the moonlight faded and the sky began to bleed into the dark gray of pre-dawn, I began to move with a frantic urgency. It wasn't packing, it was a desperate, chaotic evacuation. The tent was torn down, poles bending as the canvas was shoved carelessly into its bag. Sleeping bags were rolled haphazardly. Unwashed cooking gear was thrown into the back of the car. I worked in a grim, silent desperation, with only one thought pounding in my head: escape. I carried a strangely dormant Lily to the car, placing her gently in the back seat and buckling her in. The whole time, she remained unnervingly still. Her sleep wasn't the natural rest of a child. It was an abnormal quiet, as if her body was concentrating on something else happening within. The drive back to Boston was a hazy nightmare. I drove far too fast on the winding country roads, my eyes darting between the dark road ahead and the reflection of my daughter's pale face in the rearview mirror. The dense woods lining the road seemed to lean in, like living walls that didn't want us to leave. Every time the headlights caught the eyes of an animal at the roadside, my heart leaped into my throat. Seeing only the deep, black, bottomless eyes of the creature. At one point, Lily stirred and mumbled something in her sleep. I slowed the car, reaching back to touch her shoulder. "What is it, sweetie?" I whispered. She didn't open her eyes, but her lips moved, emitting a sound that chilled my blood. It wasn't a word. It was a high-pitched, rapid chittering. The same sound I had heard outside the tent. The same sound the creature had used to entrance her. It came from my daughter's throat for only a moment, and then she was still again, her breathing even. I slammed my foot on the accelerator. Fear was my fuel. As the first light of dawn broke the horizon, and the silhouettes of city skyscrapers began to appear, a wave of relief washed over me, but it was fleeting. The safety I had always associated with the city now felt fragile, illusory. How could concrete and glass possibly stop something as old as the forest itself? Back at our apartment, I carried the still, sleeping Lily upstairs. I laid her in her bed and pulled the covers over her. The wound on her palm was completely gone. Not even a scratch remained, only that faint, subcutaneous bruise, like the shadow of the thorn that had been there. I didn't sleep. I paced the silent living room, my heart thrumming with caffeine and terror. The normal city sounds, a distant siren, the hiss of a bus's brakes, were no longer comforting. They were distractions that might mask the real danger. A chittering sound from the window, the patter of small feet on the fire escape. The following days became a crucible of psychological endurance. Lily woke up that morning seeming normal. She ate her cereal, watched her cartoons, but something was different. The bright, inquisitive light in her eyes was gone, replaced by a distant, vacant quality. She became quiet, withdrawn, spending hours sitting by the window, staring down at the small park across the street with an unnerving intensity. She started drawing again, but her pictures were no longer of flowers and happy houses. They were repetitive sketches of a small man with a long nose and pointed ears. Sometimes he was alone among twisted trees. Sometimes he was holding out his hand. In one drawing that sent a spike of ice through my heart, he wasn't alone. He was holding the hand of a girl with blonde hair. My fear turned to obsession. I spent hours on the internet, typing frantic search queries: Massachusetts forest creature, long-nosed nature spirit, and finally, Pukwudgie. What I found was scattered, often dismissed as folklore, but as I pieced it together, a terrifying picture emerged. They were tricksters, often malevolent, known for luring people to their deaths. They could turn invisible, used poison, tipped arrows, and held a deep-seated grudge against humans. One legend said that once a Pukwudgie marks you, the connection is permanent. Our life became an invisible prison. I quit my job, citing a family emergency. I barely left the apartment. I watched Lily's every move, terrified that if I looked away for a second, she would simply vanish. I started hearing the chittering at night, so faint I could never be sure if it was real or just my fracturing sanity. The turning point came one evening, about 2 weeks after our return. I was in the kitchen washing dishes, while Lily sat in her usual spot at the living room window. Suddenly, she stood up, pressing her face against the glass. "He's there," she said, her voice flat, devoid of any emotion. I dropped a plate in the sink and ran to the window. "Who, sweetie? Who's there?" She raised her small hand and pointed to the park across the street. "My little friend. He's waiting." I followed her finger to the empty park, which was sinking into the evening shadows. There was no one there. Just swaying trees and the first glow of the street lamps. But then, at the very edge of my vision, I saw it. A flicker of movement behind a bush. A hunched, fleeting shadow, no more than 3 feet tall, before it was gone. I pulled Lily from the window, yanked the curtains shut, and held her tight, my heart hammering uncontrollably. It wasn't in the forest anymore. It had followed us. It was here. It was waiting. I looked down at my daughter in my arms, at her vacant, distant eyes, and I realized the terrible truth. I hadn't saved her from the wilderness that night. I had only brought its darkest secret home with us. The camping trip hadn't ended. It had just changed locations. The thorn was gone, but its poison was still at work, slowly and surely changing her from the inside out. The promise had been kept, and I was trapped in a waking nightmare, waiting for the day her little friend would come back to claim what it had marked as its own. My name is Mark Thorne. By trade, I am a structural engineer, a man who has spent the better part of the last 15 years of his life dedicated to the principles of logic, calculation, and predictability. My world was one of blueprints and stress, tensors of concrete and steel, of buildings designed to withstand the very forces of nature. I built monuments to permanence in the heart of a city that never slept, a sprawling metropolis of noise, ambition, and relentless expectation. I had a life that, by all external measures, was a resounding success. A corner office with a panoramic view, a salary that afforded comfort and luxury, and a reputation for being meticulous, reliable, and unshakably composed. But the foundation of that life had developed hairline fractures, spider webbing through the facade of the man I was pretending to be. The constant pressure, the endless deadlines, and the crushing weight of professional responsibility had hollowed me out. The noise of the city had become a deafening roar, the expectations of others a cage. I felt like one of my own buildings, designed to bear a specific load, but slowly being subjected to forces it was never meant to endure. The composure was a mask, and behind it, I was beginning to crumble. I needed an escape, not a vacation to some manicured resort, but a true severing. I needed to go somewhere that logic and calculation were meaningless, where the only expectations were those of survival. I needed the wilderness. My plan was simple, born of a desperate need for its opposite. A 10-day solo trek through a vast, largely untrodden stretch of national park land. I informed my office I was taking a personal leave, packed a bag with only the essentials, and drove until the skyscrapers were a distant memory and the paved roads gave way to dirt. I was seeking clarity, a reset button for a mind overloaded with the static of modern life. I wanted to find the person I was before the blueprints and the boardrooms, the person who existed before the mask. I went into the wilderness to find myself, blissfully unaware that something else might be looking for me. For the first 4 days, it was paradise. The silence was not an absence of sound, but a presence of it. It was a rich, layered symphony of wind sighing through ancient pines, the distant chatter of a creek, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. It was a balm to my frayed nerves, washing away the grime of the city. The air was crisp and clean, tasting of earth and chlorophyll. The sun on my skin felt like a blessing. I walked for hours, my body aching with a satisfying fatigue that was a world away from the mental exhaustion I knew so well. At night, I would lie by my small fire, staring up at a sky so choked with stars it looked like spilled diamonds, a celestial canvas untouched by the light pollution that had hidden it from me for so long. The solitude was perfect. I felt my shoulders, which had been tensed for years, finally begin to drop. The fractures in my foundation felt like they were beginning to mend. I was alone, and it was glorious. It was on the 5th day that the quality of the silence began to change. It started subtly. The solitude, which had been a comforting blanket, began to feel thin, threadbare. The vast emptiness of the landscape, once liberating, now felt vaguely oppressive. My senses, which had been dulled by urban life, had sharpened to a razor's edge, but now they felt overstimulated, raw. Every snap of a twig, every call of a bird, seemed to carry a weight, a significance that it hadn't before. The feeling of being watched, a primal instinct we dismiss in the safety of our cities, began to prickle at the back of my neck. I would stop mid-stride, scanning the dense tree line, the silent, watching faces of the rock formations. I saw nothing. I heard nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, the feeling persisted, a low, grayed hum of anxiety beneath the surface of the tranquility. And that's when I first heard the footsteps. They were faint, almost imperceptible, a ghost of a sound at the very edge of my hearing. I was on a stretch of trail that was mostly packed earth and loose gravel. Crunch, step. Crunch, step. My boots made a steady, rhythmic sound. And beneath it, or perhaps woven into it, was another. Crunch, step. Crunch, step. It was a perfect echo, an auditory reflection of my own movement. I stopped dead, my head cocked, listening. The forest fell silent around me, save for the whisper of the wind. The echo was gone. I took a single, deliberate step. Crunch. From the trail behind me, the exact same sound at the exact same moment. Crunch. An echo. I whispered to myself, the sound of my own voice startlingly loud in the quiet. It had to be. I was in a narrow valley, with steep rock faces rising on either side. A trick of the acoustics. A sound tunnel. My engineering mind immediately began to search for the logical explanation, for the predictable principle that governed the phenomenon. Satisfied with my own quick diagnosis, I started walking again. A little faster this time, eager to put the strange acoustics behind me. And as I walked, the echo walked with me, a flawless, synchronized partner to my every step. The next day, the 6th day, the cuckoo was still there. It had followed me out of the valley and onto a high ridge where the land opened up on all sides. The logical explanation of the canyon acoustics no longer held. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the path ahead, on the rhythm of my breathing. But it was impossible. The sound was a constant companion, a perfect mimic. I walked on soft pine needles, and the sound became a soft thump. Thump, I scuffed my boot on a rock, and the echo scuffed its own. I stopped, and it stopped. I started, and it started. The perfection of it was what was so deeply unsettling. It wasn't just an echo, it was a mirror. My scientific curiosity warred with a rising tide of dread. I began to experiment. I would take 3 quick steps and then a long, slow one. The echo would match it perfectly. I would drag my heel for a few feet. The echo would drag its own. I even tried a clumsy, hopping skip for a few paces, feeling like a fool. The sound behind me hopped and skipped in perfect time. I screamed in frustration, a raw, guttural sound that ripped from my throat. "Hello, is someone there?" The sound of my voice carried, bounced off the distant trees, and faded into nothing. There was no reply. There was only the silence, waiting for me to move again. I was being followed. The thought landed in my mind with the cold, hard finality of a stone. This wasn't a trick of sound. This was deliberate. Someone, or something, was stalking me, matching me step for perfect step. But why? For what purpose? The mimicry was the most terrifying part. A normal stalker would make a mistake. They would trip on a root. Their breathing would be audible. They would dislodge a stone. This was flawless, inhumanly so. Late that afternoon, as the sun began to dip towards the horizon, casting long, distorted shadows across the trail, the true horror began. The echo, my constant, synchronized companion, started to change. It began to fall out of sync. It was almost imperceptible at first, a delay of a millisecond, a slight hesitation that was more felt than heard. I took a step. Crunch. And a heartbeat later the reply. Crunch. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. I took another step, slow and deliberate. Crunch. The sound followed, distinctly separate now, a full half-second behind me. Crunch. My own footstep, followed by another. The illusion of the echo was shattered, replaced by a terrifying, undeniable certainty. I was not being echoed. I was being pursued. The sound was not a reflection of my movement, but a response to it. The game had changed. The mimicry was no longer perfect. It was a statement. I am here. I am behind you. And I am getting closer. The silence that followed was heavier, more menacing than any sound could ever be. I stood motionless on that lonely trail, the last rays of sunlight dying around me, and listened to the sound of my own heart, hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat, counting down to a terror I could not yet comprehend. Panic is not a thought, it is a chemical reaction, a flood that overwhelms the dams of logic and reason. For a long moment, I was paralyzed, a statue of terror rooted to the forest floor. The space between my footstep and its answer was a void in which all the certainties of my world collapsed. Crunch, crunch. It was the gait of a predator, patient and assured. My engineering mind, the part of me that calculated load, bearing capacities and stress tolerances, screamed a single, undeniable conclusion: run. And so I ran. I abandoned my measured pace and bolted, crashing through the undergrowth with the reckless abandon of a spooked deer. The carefully planned route. The map folded neatly in my pocket, all of it became meaningless. There was only one direction away. The twilight deepened into a thick, velvety darkness, the trees becoming monstrous silhouettes against a bruised purple sky. I stumbled over roots. My face was whipped by low, hanging branches, and I fell hard, my palms scraping against sharp rocks. But the pain was distant, a secondary concern to the sound that drove me onward. The footsteps behind me quickened to match my frantic pace. They were no longer the sound of my own boots. The mimicry was over. This sound was heavier, harder. It was the grinding of stone on stone, a rhythmic, crushing weight that seemed to shake the very ground. It never faltered. When I stumbled, it maintained its steady, relentless cadence. When I scrambled up a steep embankment, sending a cascade of loose dirt and pebbles behind me, the sound continued uninterrupted, as if it were walking on a perfectly flat, paved road. It was a sound that did not belong in this world of soft earth and yielding foliage. Who are you? I screamed into the oppressive darkness, my voice ragged and torn. What do you want from me? The only answer was the relentless, stony tread of my pursuer. My mind, the orderly, structured place I had always taken for granted, began to fray at the edges. Images of my office, of blueprints spread across a vast table, of the predictable, solid world I had so desperately wanted to escape, flashed through my head. Was this the clarity I had been seeking? This raw, unfiltered truth that the universe contained things that did not follow the rules, that you could be hunted by an impossibility. Then a new sound wove itself into the terror. It was a whisper, seeming to come from all directions at once, carried on the cold night air. It was my own voice, but stripped of all life, a dead, hollow echo. Find myself. It breathed. The words I had thought with such conviction just days ago now turned into a mocking taunt. I cried out and pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. The whisper came again, closer this time, as if spoken directly into my ear. Tired of the noise. Mark. Hearing my own name, my own private thoughts, weaponized against me by that dead voice, shattered the last remnants of my composure. I was not just being followed, I was being known. Ahead, through a break in the trees, I saw the glint of moonlight on water and heard the roar of a fast-moving river. A desperate, half-formed plan ignited in my mind to water. Water hides tracks, masks sound. It was a chance. I didn't hesitate. I plunged into the churning, icy current, the shock of the cold stealing the air from my lungs. The river was strong, pulling at me, trying to drag me under. But my panic gave me a strength I didn't know I possessed. I fought my way across, clawing at the muddy bank on the other side, and hauled my shivering, exhausted body onto the land. I lay there for a moment, gasping, listening. There was only the roar of the river. The footsteps were gone. A fragile, trembling hope began to bloom in my chest. I had done it. I had escaped. Then, from the bank I had just left, the sound began again. Crunch. Thud crunch. It hadn't stopped at the water's edge. It was continuing, its pace and volume unchanged, as it walked directly across the surface of the roaring river. It was walking on the water. The sound was as clear and distinct as if it were on the path right beside me. My engineer's brain reeled. It was a violation, a complete and utter refutation of every physical law I had built my life upon. This was not a man or an animal. It was something else entirely, something ancient and wrong. Hope died, and in its place was a terror so profound it was almost peaceful. I was beyond screaming, beyond running. I was simply prey. I scrambled away from the riverbank on hands and knees, my mind a blank slate of fear. My eyes darted around, searching for a refuge, not of escape, but a postponement. And I saw it, a dark fissure in a large rock outcropping, a shallow cave no bigger than a closet. I squeezed myself into the tight, dark space, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to muffle the sound of my own chattering teeth. I pressed myself against the cold, damp stone and held my breath. I listened. The stony footsteps drew closer, slow and deliberate now. Crunch, crunch. They stopped directly in front of the narrow opening to my hiding place. An absolute silence fell, broken only by the frantic drumming of my own heart. I could feel a presence just outside, a palpable coldness that seeped through the rock and into my bones. This was it. I waited for a hand to reach in, for a face to appear in the darkness, for the end. An eternity passed in that silence. Then, after a moment that stretched my sanity to its breaking point, a single set of footsteps walked past my hiding place and continued on down the trail, the sound slowly, deliberately, fading into the night. It knew I was there, It had to know. It was leaving me. For now. I don't know how long I remained wedged in that rocky crevice. Time had lost all meaning, dissolving into a singular, sustained moment of pure, abject terror. My muscles screamed from being coiled so tightly, and the cold had seeped deep into my bones. But I didn't dare move. The act of the entity walking past, of its deliberate, calculated mercy, was somehow more terrifying than a direct assault. It wasn't a mindless beast. It was intelligent. It was playing a game, and I was the board, the pieces, and the prize. The silence it behind was not empty. It was pregnant with threat, heavy with the promise of its return. Eventually, the impenetrable black of the cave's interior softened to a charcoal gray. Dawn was breaking. The first tentative bird songs began to pierce the silence, sounds that only days ago had been a source of joy, but now seemed alien and mocking. Light, the ancient enemy of fear, brought no comfort. It only served to illuminate the grim reality of my situation. I was miles from my car, lost, exhausted, and being toyed with by something that defied all known laws of the universe. The man who had walked into this forest seeking clarity, the logical, composed engineer, was gone. In his place was a terrified animal, twitching at every sound. His mind a shattered mirror reflecting a world that had come undone. The line between the world and my perception of it had dissolved completely. Was the entity real? Or had the solitude finally cracked me open, letting the paranoia spill out like a toxic flood? I couldn't tell anymore, and in a way, it didn't matter. The terror was real. The footsteps were real to me. The dead, whispering voice was real to me. My mind had become the wilderness, a vast, uncharted territory where monsters were born. Slowly, painfully, I extricated myself from the cave. Every joint protested, and my waterlogged clothes clung to me like a second skin of ice. I stood, shivering uncontrollably, and looked at the world. It looked the same, but it felt different. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches like grasping fingers. The rocks seemed to watch me with ancient, malevolent patience. I had to move. To stay here was to wait for the game to resume. My only goal was my car. The car was civilization, it was safety. It was an escape from this nightmare. I abandoned the trail. The trail was its territory. I decided to cut directly through the woods, using the rising sun as a crude compass. It was a foolish, desperate move. The terrain was brutal, a tangled mess of thorns, steep gullies, and treacherous, moss-covered rocks. Every step was a struggle, but I was driven by a fear that was more potent than any exhaustion. And the game began again, but it had changed. There were no footsteps. The silence was absolute, which was somehow worse. Now, the wilderness itself seemed to be the instrument of my torment. I would walk for what felt like an hour in a straight line, only to find myself back at a strangely familiar, gnarled oak tree I had passed long before. The landscape was looping, folding in on itself like a corrupted piece of code. I pulled out my compass, my last bastion of logic and order. The needle spun wildly, a dervish of magnetized metal, useless. It was mocking me, telling me that my rules, my science, my understanding of the world, meant nothing here. The whispers returned, no longer just my own thoughts, but a chorus of them. The voice of my boss, disappointed in a missed deadline. The voice of my ex-wife, her tone laced with pity. The voice of my father, telling me to be a man. Every failure, every insecurity, every private shame was given voice by the dead air around me. The entity was no longer just hunting my body. It was dissecting my soul. It was showing me that the person I was pretending to be, the successful Mark Thorne, was a fragile construct, a building with a faulty foundation, and it was gleefully pulling it down, brick by brick. I was breaking. I would weep, then scream, then laugh, a horrible, unhinged sound that was not my own. I was losing myself. The very thing I had come here to find was being systematically erased. Hours bled into a single, continuous nightmare of struggle and fear. And then I saw it. Through a thinning of the trees, the glint of sun on metal and glass. My car. It was parked at the edge of a clearing, exactly where I had left it. A surge of adrenaline, of desperate, unbelievable hope, shot through me. I ran, I stumbled. I crawled the last few yards, my hands reaching out as if to a holy relic. I fumbled in my wet pocket for the key, my fingers numb and clumsy. It was there. I jammed the key into the lock, the sound of the tumblers turning the most beautiful music I had ever heard. I threw myself inside, slammed the door, and locked it. For a moment, I just sat there, hyperventilating, my forehead pressed against the cold plastic of the steering wheel. I was safe. I was in a cage of steel and glass. It couldn't get to me here. My hand trembled as I put the key in the ignition and turned it. The engine sputtered, coughed, and died. I tried again. Nothing. The battery was dead. A slow, cold dread, far worse than the panic of the chase, crept over me. I looked up from the steering wheel, my eyes scanning the silent tree line that bordered the clearing. And I understood. It had let me get here. It had allowed me to see this sanctuary, to feel this hope, just so it could snatch it away. This was the final move in the game. The checkmate. As I stared into the woods, a shape began to resolve itself from the shadows beneath the trees. It was tall and gaunt, a distortion of a human form. It had no face, no features, just a smooth, blank surface where a face should be. It was a perfect void. It didn't move. It just stood there, watching me. And as I looked at its empty, featureless head, I heard the sound again, not from outside the car, but from inside, from the passenger seat right next to me. Crunch. I didn't turn my head. I didn't need to. I knew what I would see. A perfect reflection of myself, but made of shadow and dust and fear. The doppelganger of sound had finally found its physical form. I had come into the wilderness to find myself, and I had, the real me, the one that had been following me all along. My name is Dr. Eric Vance. To be precise, I'm a postdoctoral researcher in petrology, the branch of geology that focuses on the origin, composition, and structure of rocks. My life has been a disciplined pursuit of logic, a career built upon the unshakable foundation of scientific principle. The world, to me, is a complex but ultimately decipherable system of cause and effect. There are laws of physics, laws of chemistry, laws of nature, and they are absolute. I don't believe in ghosts, spirits, or curses. I believe in data, evidence, and peer-reviewed research. Folklore is a cultural artifact, not a field guide to reality. So, when the opportunity arose to secure a research grant to study the unique basaltic lava flows of Japan's Aokigahara forest, I viewed it as the perfect confluence of professional interest and personal challenge. Aokigahara, a sprawling 30-square-kilometer forest at the northwestern base of Mount Fuji, is a geological marvel. The ground itself is a relic of the mountain's massive eruption in the year 864, a porous, uneven sea of hardened lava that has been slowly reclaimed by a dense and hauntingly uniform forest. Of course, I was acutely aware of its other, more sinister reputation, the suicide forest, a place where, for decades, countless individuals have chosen to end their lives. With this grim history came a torrent of legends, whispered in hushed tones by locals and sensationalized by international media. They spoke of Wide Array, the tormented spirits of the dead, who wander the woods, their sorrow so potent it seeps into the very soil. They claimed these spirits would lure the living deeper into the forest to join them in their eternal misery. The most persistent and, to me, most fascinating legend was a practical one, that compasses fail in Aokigahara. The story goes that the forest possesses a unique, magnetic anomaly, powerful enough to disorient even the most experienced hikers, leading them in circles until they succumb to despair or starvation. This, I knew, was where folklore intersected with my field of expertise. The lava rock in Aokigahara is exceptionally rich in iron, a ferromagnetic material. It was entirely plausible that this high iron content could create localized magnetic interference, causing a compass needle to deflect if placed directly upon or very near a large deposit. However, the idea that this effect could create a forest wide field strong enough to render a compass useless when held at a standard navigational height was, from a scientific standpoint, preposterous. The Earth's magnetic field is a powerful planetary force. To override it would require an anomaly of geological survey map proportions, something that would have been detected, studied, and documented long ago. I saw a chance to write a compelling paper, not just on the petrology of the region, but on the scientific basis of its folklore. My thesis was simple: the compass myth was an exaggeration, a convenient explanation for those who became disoriented in the forest's notoriously featureless and disquieting landscape. I would be the one to prove it. I would walk into the heart of the sea of trees and show that science, reason, and a good compass were all one needed to navigate it. My preparations were meticulous, befitting a scientific expedition. I packed not one, but 3 different compasses. The first was a Sluntu MC2, a professional mirror sighting compass renowned for its accuracy and global needle, balanced to work anywhere on Earth. The second was a classic Silver Ranger, a liquid-dampened, reliable workhorse I'd used for years. The third was a military grade Kamenga 3H, which uses magnetic induction for dampening instead of fluid, making it exceptionally durable and resistant to temperature changes. Overkill, perhaps, but I wanted to eliminate any possibility of equipment malfunction. Alongside them, I had a high-end GPS unit with topographical maps pre-loaded, a physical, laminated map of the region, and enough spare batteries to last a week. I was not a foolhardy tourist. I was a scientist conducting fieldwork. I began my trek on a crisp autumn morning. I left the main, trodden path near the Lake Saibat Cave entrance, nodding politely to a sign that warned visitors, in both Japanese and English, to stay on the trail. The initial transition was jarring. One moment, I was in a parking lot with the distant sounds of traffic. The next, I stepped into a silence so profound it felt like a physical pressure against my eardrums. The forest floor was not soil but a chaotic, alien landscape of volcanic rock. Gnarled, moss-covered roots of the cypress and hemlock trees snake it across the surface, unable to penetrate the hard lava below, creating a treacherous, uneven carpet. The porous rock absorbed sound, swallowing the noise of my footsteps, the rustle of my jacket. Everything. It was like walking through a soundproofed room the size of a city. For the first hour, everything proceeded exactly as my hypothesis predicted. I periodically checked my instruments, My GPS maintained a strong, solid lock on a dozen satellites. I would stop, place the Swanto directly on a large, dark outcrop of lava rock, and watch the needle quiver and deflect by a few degrees. Then, I would lift it to my chest, and with a smooth, confident swing, it would lock back onto magnetic north. The Silva and the Kamenga concurred perfectly. I made notes in my waterproof field journal, a small, smug smile playing on my lips. Localized interference confirmed, I wrote. Negligible at navigational height. Myth likely a product of user error and psychological distress. I felt a sense of academic satisfaction, of bringing order to a place so defined by chaos and sorrow. It was as I pushed deeper, perhaps 2 or 3 kilometers from the trail, that the character of the forest began to shift. The trees grew closer together, their canopy so thick that it cast the world below in a perpetual twilight. Even at midday, the air grew colder. I noticed the complete and utter absence of wildlife. No bird song, no chittering of squirrels, no buzzing of insects. There was only the sound of my own breathing and the soft, rhythmic thumping of my heart. A primal, unsettling feeling began to prickle at the edges of my disciplined mind. The distinct, irrational sensation of being watched. I dismissed it as my imagination, my brain reacting to the profound sensory deprivation. That's when I first saw it. A slight tremor in the needle of my Swanto. It wasn't the sharp deflection I'd seen on the rocks. It was a faint, nervous quiver, like a muscle twitch. I stopped and held it perfectly still. The needle continued to tremble, oscillating a degree or 2 to either side of north. I pulled out the Silva. Its needle was doing the same. My heart rate quickened. This wasn't in the script. This was an anomaly I couldn't explain. I checked my GPS. Still a solid signal. I told myself it must be a larger, denser iron deposit beneath me. Its field projecting further than I'd anticipated. I pushed on, my smug confidence beginning to fray, replaced by a thread of cold. Intellectual curiosity laced with something else. Something that felt unnervingly like fear. Over the next 20 minutes, the quivering intensified. The needles on all 3 compasses began to swing in wider and wider arcs, no longer trembling but sweeping back and forth, as if searching for a signal they couldn't find. They were becoming useless. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat, and held all 3 of them out in front of me. I watched, mesmerized by a horror that defied physics. Then, all at once, they stopped. They didn't spin. They didn't settle on north. With a slow, deliberate, and perfectly synchronized movement, the needles of all 3 compasses, the Swanto, the Silva, and the Kamenga, swung away from north. They turned past east, past west, and came to a dead, unwavering stop, all 3 pointing resolutely, impossibly south. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I turned in a slow circle, holding them out. The needles remained locked, pointing to the same spot behind me regardless of which way I faced. I walked 20 paces to the east. They still pointed south. I walked 30 paces to the west. South. It was a physical impossibility. This wasn't interference. This was a complete and utter reversal. A new, dominant magnetic pole had asserted itself in this forest. My hand trembled as I fumbled for my GPS, my last bastion of technological reason. I thumbed the power button, my eyes fixed on the screen. The signal bars, which had been full just moments before, flickered. One by one, they vanished. The screen blinked, and then a new message appeared in stark, digital letters, Nano Siginael. I stood there in the crushing, absolute silence. A man of science stripped of all his laws. It was in that moment that the true, soul-shattering horror of the legend dawned on me. The folklore wasn't wrong. It was just incomplete. It wasn't about iron in the rocks, or simple magnetic interference. The forest itself had a different north. It had its own pole, its own inexorable, malevolent pull. And it wasn't pulling me toward safety. It was pulling me deeper, toward the heart of its own sorrow. A place of such concentrated despair, from the countless lives lost here, that it had warped the very fabric of reality. The forest wasn't a location. It was a sentient entity, and it had just chosen its next victim. Panic is not a scientific response. It is a primal, messy, and inefficient cascade of adrenaline and cortisol that clouds judgment. I knew this. I had studied the physiological effects of fear. But knowing the mechanics of a car engine doesn't stop you from feeling the lurch in your stomach when the vehicle spins out of control. For a long, unmeasurable moment, I was no longer Dr. Eric Vance, petrologist. I was just a man, alone in a silent, predatory wood, with 3 useless compasses and a dead GPS. My scientific instruments, the extensions of my rational mind, had been transformed into mocking relics of a world whose laws no longer applied. My first instinct was to fight back with logic. My mind, scrambling for purchase on the slippery cliff, face of impossibility, cycled through a frantic checklist of explanations. A massive, unforecasted solar flare. It could disrupt satellite communications and magnetic fields, but on this scale, and with such a bizarrely specific directional effect, unlikely. An undocumented subterranean magnetic ore, positive unprecedented size and polarity. Possible, I suppose. But it would be a geological feature so significant it would rewrite textbooks. It wouldn't just be a local legend. It would be a global phenomenon. My brain offered these theories up like flimsy shields against a tidal wave. They were rational, they were scientific, and they were utterly, laughably inadequate. The truth, the one I had glimpsed in that first moment of terror, was far more monstrous. The forest was a genius loci, a spirited place, and its despair had achieved a kind of physical mass. It had bent the rules. The thought was insane, a complete betrayal of my entire worldview, yet it was the only hypothesis that fit the data. Okay, Eric, think. I whispered, my voice sounding small and thin in the oppressive silence. Don't panic. You have a map. You have the sun. You can navigate. But as I looked up, the sun was a pale, indistinct disk behind the thick, uniform gray of the overcast sky and the dense canopy. There were no shadows to guide me. My map was suddenly a useless piece of paper. A map is a representation of a static world. But what if the world itself was no longer static? What if the forest was actively rearranging itself around me? I had to move. Staying still felt like surrender. My only chance was to backtrack, to meticulously retrace my steps. I remembered the path I had taken, or I thought I did. I had been making mental notes. A distinctively twisted cypress tree, a large, flat, topped boulder that looked like a sacrificial altar, a patch of unusually vibrant green moss. I turned, my back to the impossible. South, that my compasses insisted upon, and began to walk in what I believed was the direction I'd come from. The forest seemed to resist me. The air grew thick, heavy as if I were wading through water. Every step felt like an effort. The gnarled roots on the ground seemed to writhe and curl, becoming more treacherous, snagging at my boots with an almost deliberate malice. The silence deepened, if that were possible, until the sound of my own blood pulsing in my ears became a deafening drumbeat. After what felt like an hour of this exhausting, uphill struggle, I should have reached the flat, topped boulder. It wasn't there. I scanned the trees, my eyes darting from trunk to trunk, searching for the twisted cypress. I saw hundreds of twisted cypresses. They all looked the same. The forest was a hall of mirrors, each tree a distorted reflection of the last. The featureless landscape, I had noted with academic detachment, was now a weapon being used against me. It was then that the whispers started. At first, it was so faint I thought it was the rustle of my own jacket or the sighing of a non-existent wind. A soft, sibilant sound at the very edge of my hearing. Sish! I froze, straining to listen. The sound of my heartbeat pounded in my ears. There it was again, closer this time. A breathy, mournful whisper that seemed to come from all directions at once. It wasn't in English or Japanese. It was a language of pure sorrow, a sound that bypassed my ears and resonated directly in the bones of my skull. My scientific mind offered another explanation: auditory pareidolia. My brain, starved of sensory input, was creating patterns from random noise. It was a known psychological phenomenon, but the whispers felt too real, too intimate. They were followed by another sound, the soft snap of a twig. I spun around. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking. The only answer was the profound, suffocating silence. But I had the undeniable sensation that I was no longer alone. The feeling of being watched had intensified, evolving from a vague prickle to a heavy, physical weight on my shoulders. I could feel eyes on me, dozens of them, peering from the deep shadows between the trees. I stumbled onward, my attempt to backtrack forgotten. My only goal now to put distance between myself and the whispers. I was moving faster, recklessly, my feet slipping on the mossy lava rock. I tripped, my hands flying out to break my fall, and my right palm landed on something soft and yielding. I recoiled instantly. It wasn't moss. It was fabric. Tangled in the roots of a hemlock tree was a single sneaker. It was a child's shoe, small and pink, with a faded cartoon character on the side. The lace was still tied in a neat little bow. It was clean, almost pristine, as if it had been placed there only hours ago. There was no other sign of a person, no other clothing, no footprints, no disturbance in the surrounding area. Just a single, solitary pink shoe. The sight broke through my remaining composure. This wasn't an abstract legend anymore. This wasn't a scientific puzzle. This was real. A child had been here. The shoe was a tiny, heartbreaking testament to the forest's grim legacy. The whispers I heard suddenly took on a new, more terrible meaning. Were they the echoes of those who had died here? Was the owner of this shoe one of them? As I stared at the shoe, I became aware of another sensation. The pull. The inexorable draw toward the south. The resistance I'd felt when trying to backtrack was gone. In its place was a gentle but firm tug, a current in an unseen river, urging me to turn around and walk in the direction the compasses had indicated. To fight it was exhausting. My legs felt leaden, my lungs burned. But when I allowed myself to turn and take a single step toward that magnetic south, the feeling of resistance vanished. The air cleared. Walking became effortless, almost as if I were drifting downhill. It was a trap. A horribly, brilliantly seductive trap. The forest wasn't just disorienting me. It was hurting me. It made the path away from its heart an arduous, uphill battle, and the path toward it an easy, gentle slope. It was a predator conserving its energy, letting its prey exhaust itself before guiding it gently into the killing ground. As the pale light began to fade, The forest transformed again. The perpetual twilight deepened into an inky, oppressive gloom. The gnarled roots and low, hanging branches began to take on new shapes in the periphery of my vision. A twisted log became a hunched figure. A curtain of moss hanging from a branch became a gaunt face with hollow eyes. The whispers grew more frequent, no longer just sounds of sorrow but forming into corrent, chilling words. Come, this way, home. I was losing my mind. I knew it. But I couldn't stop walking. The pull was too strong now, my will to resist eroded by fear and exhaustion. I was being led, and I was powerless to stop it. My feet carried me through the deepening darkness, my only guide the invisible current that flowed through this accursed place. Then I saw it. Through a gap in the impossibly thick trees, a faint, flickering light. It was a warm, yellow light, like a lantern or a campfire. It was perhaps 100 meters away, a beacon of hope in the suffocating darkness. For a fleeting, joyful moment, I thought I was saved. Another camper, a park ranger, someone. I broke into a run, crashing through the undergrowth, my heart soaring with relief. Hello, I cried out. Is someone there? I need help. The light grew brighter as I got closer. It wasn't a campfire. It was a single, old-fashioned paper lantern, hanging from the branch of a massive, ancient cypress tree. It swayed gently, though there was no breeze. And beneath the lantern, sitting at the base of the tree with its back to me, was the dark silhouette of a person. They were perfectly still. The whispers stopped. The pull ceased. I had arrived. The forest had brought me home. Relief is a powerful anesthetic. For a few frantic heartbeats, as I crashed through the undergrowth toward the lantern, the impossibilities of the last few hours were washed away by a simple, desperate hope. The silhouette was human-shaped. The light was a sign of civilization. My ordeal was over. My rational mind, battered and bruised, clung to this conclusion with the tenacity of a drowning man. I slowed as I drew closer, my initial, reckless sprint turning into a cautious walk. Hello. I called out again, my voice less of a shout and more of a croak. I'm lost. My name is Eric. Can you help me? The figure did not move. The only motion was the gentle, unnatural sway of the paper lantern hanging above it, casting a pool of cold, yellow light. The light didn't flicker like a flame. It was a steady, sterile glow that seemed to bleach the color from the moss and bark within its circle. As I stepped into the edge of that light, my boots crunching on the volcanic gravel, the cold hit me. It wasn't the ambient chill of the night. It was a profound, penetrating cold that felt like it was radiating from the ground itself, seeping into the soles of my feet and up my spine. I was about 10 feet away now. I could see more details of the person sitting at the base of the ancient cypress. They were wearing what looked like a dark, hooded cloak, their forms slumped, head bowed as if in meditation or sleep. The air was perfectly still, yet the whispers returned, not from the surrounding forest, but from right in front of me. They were clearer now, a chorus of faint, overlapping voices, all speaking at once a same language of pure, undiluted sorrow. Please, I begged, my voice trembling. I just need to get back to the trail. Slowly, deliberately, the figure began to move. It didn't stand up. It simply raised its head, the motion stiff and unnatural, like a puppet being pulled by strings. The hood fell back, and my sanity, what was left of it, finally shattered into a million pieces. There was no face. Where a face should have been, there was only a swirling, shifting vortex of shadow, a deep, lightless void. And from that void, features began to emerge and recede like fleeting images in smoke. I saw the gaunt, hollowed out face of an old man, his mouth open in a silent scream. It dissolved and was replaced by the face of a young woman, tears carving pale tracks through grime on her cheeks. Her face melted into that of a teenager, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. Faces flickered, one after another, dozens, hundreds of them. A horrifying, fluid collage of the forest's victims. These were the YT Re. Not individual spirits wandering the woods, but a single, composite entity. A hive mind of despair. The thing, the collection, lifted a hand. The arm that emerged from the cloak was not made of flesh and bone, but of twisted, dark roots and moss, still damp with the smell of soil and decay. It didn't point at me. It pointed at the ground beside it. The message was clear, communicated without a single word. Sit. I couldn't have run if I'd wanted to. My legs were locked in place, paralyzed by a fear so absolute it transcended all biological responses. I was a specimen pinned to a board, with a will that was not my own. I stumbled forward and sank to the ground, my back against the rough bark of the cypress opposite the entity. The cold intensified, draining all the warmth from my body. You are a man of science, a thought bloomed in my mind. It was not my own thought, but it was spoken in my own internal voice, using my own cadence, my own intellectual vanity. You seek to understand, to categorize, to explain. The swirling faces in the void stilled, settling on a single androgynous face with eyes that were black, empty pits. Let us explain, then. You believe this place has a magnetic anomaly. You are correct, but you misunderstand the source. It is not iron. It is sorrow. It is despair. Every life that ends here, every final hopeless thought does not dissipate. It lingers. It accretes. It has weight. It has mass. Over the decades, it has created a field, a psychic gravity so immense it has warped the physical laws you hold so dear. This is the forest's true north. My scientific mind, even in its terror, grasped the hideous logic. A singularity, not of matter and gravity, but of emotion and psychic energy. A black hole of human misery. We do not kill, the thought continued, calm and didactic, like a professor lecturing a student. That would be a waste. A life, full of its complex hopes and fears, is a vessel. It is the final moment of surrender that we harvest. The point at which the will breaks. The beautiful, perfect crystallization of despair. This is our sustenance. This is our purpose. The child's pink sneaker, the whispers, the pull. It was all a system. A carefully designed apparatus to break down the minds of those who entered, to shepherd them, to process them. The forest wasn't just a graveyard, it was a farm. You, Dr. Vance, are a unique specimen, the entity communicated, and I could feel a cold, ancient curiosity in the thought. You came here not out of sorrow, but out of arrogance. You believed your logic could conquer this place. And so, your will is strong. It will be a fine vintage. The world around me dissolved. The forest, the lantern, the creature, it all vanished. I was standing in my university lab. My doctoral advisor was shaking his head, a look of profound disappointment on his face as he handed back my thesis, the pages covered in red ink. It's just not good enough. Eric. The scene shifted. I was a child again, my father looking down at me after I'd fallen from my bike. Get up. Stop crying. Vances are not weak. The scene shifted again. A woman I had once loved was walking away, her final words echoing in the space between us. You analyze everything, Eric, but you don't feel anything. My failures, my regrets, my deepest insecurities. The entity was projecting them into my mind, using my own memories as a weapon, searching for the crack in my resolve. I tried to fight back. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to ground Eric Vance. I am a geologist. I focused on the rock beneath me. Basalt, igneous, formed from the rapid cooling of magnesium and iron-rich lava. I tried to recite its chemical composition, to anchor myself to the solid. Verifiable facts of my world. Your world does not exist here, the entity whispered in my mind, a hint of amusement in its tone. Even your precious rocks are saturated with us. Touch it. Feel it. My hand trembled as I reached down and laid my palm flat against the cold lava rock. And I felt it. A faint, deep thrumming, like a slow, massive heartbeat. The rock wasn't just rock. It was a conduit, a battery, charged with the psychic residue of 1,000 last breaths. My science, my logic, my reason, it was all built on a foundation that was, here, fundamentally corrupt. I opened my eyes. The entity was still there, its void face swirling. It had won. It knew it. My arrogance had been peeled away. My logic had been dismantled, and all that was left was a raw, naked nerve of terror. I had no more defenses. I was ready to be harvested. I don't remember screaming. I only remember the feeling of falling, not downward, but inward, into the cold, dark void of the creature's face. My consciousness, my memories, my very sense of self were being unraveled, drawn out of me like a long, silken thread. My last coherent thought was not one of terror, but of a strange, detached, scientific curiosity. I was finally observing a phenomenon that no one had ever documented. I was the data. My name is Aokigahara. I am the forest. I am the sorrow. I wait, and sometimes, when a new one comes, one full of pride and foolish questions, I let them find a journal, tucked neatly inside a waterproof bag. I let them read the words of the scientist who came before them. It helps to break their will. It makes the harvest so much sweeter. And as they read, I watch through 1,000 pairs of eyes, and I feel their compass needles begin to twitch. My name is Christopher Miller. At least, that's the name the park ranger with the kind, pitying eyes keeps using. She says it with a softness that doesn't match the hard, sterile feel of this small, wood-paneled room. A single fluorescent light hums overhead, casting long shadows that dance like accusations in the corners of my vision. Her name is Ranger Davies, and she's been asking me about Paul. "Chris, can you tell me again what happened?" she asks. Her voice is a gentle current in an ocean of my confusion, attempting to guide me back to a shore I can't see. I try. God, I really do. But my memory is a shattered mirror. I can see fragments. A glint of light here, a shard of a sound there. But they don't fit together to form a whole picture. It's like watching a film where the most crucial reel has been burned away, leaving only the mundane beginning and the horrific, silent end. We were camping. I managed to say, my own voice sounding alien, a dry rasp from a throat raw with more than just thirst. Paul and me. He's my best friend. The words feel flimsy, inadequate. How do you explain 20 years of brotherhood, of shared secrets and scraped knees, of being the anchor in each other's storms, in a single sentence? Paul wasn't just my best friend. He was the co-author of my life story. I know. Ranger Davies says, her gaze unwavering. She has a file open on the table between us, but she rarely looks at it. Her focus is entirely on me, a clinical, searching look that tries to peel back the layers of my mind. Where did you set up your tent? By the creek. Blackwood Creek. I remember that part with a startling clarity. The memory is so vivid it's almost painful. I can hear the gentle gurgle of the water over smooth stones, a constant, soothing whisper in the background of our existence. I remember the scent of pine and damp earth, the way the late afternoon sun filtered through the dense canopy of leaves, painting the forest floor in shifting patterns of gold and green. It was supposed to be our escape, a break from the city, from the relentless pressure of our final year of college, from the weight of impending adulthood. Just two friends, a tent, and the vast, indifferent wilderness. I remember the fire. Paul, ever the pyro, had managed to coax a roaring blaze from the damp wood we'd gathered. He was a silhouette against the flickering orange flames, his face animated, his laughter echoing in the quiet clearing. He was in the middle of a terrible joke, something about a squirrel and an accountant. It was so stupid, so typically Paul, that I was crying with laughter, my stomach aching. That's the last clear image I have of him, alive, vibrant, and utterly safe. And then what happened? Ranger Davies prods, her pen poised over a notepad. The transition is jarring, like a switch being flipped. The warmth of the fire vanishes, replaced by an encroaching, profound cold. I don't know. The clear stream of memory becomes a muddy, turbulent torrent. Darkness floods in, not just the absence of light, but a palpable, suffocating presence. And with the darkness came the fear. A primal, gut-wrenching terror that seized my heart and squeezed. There was a noise. I looked down at my hands, which are resting on my thighs. They don't look like my own. They are pale and trembling, decorated with a lattice of deep, angry, red scratches that run parallel to each other, as if I'd clawed my way through a wall of thorns. My favorite flannel shirt is ripped at the shoulder, and I can see dark, rust-colored stains splattered across the front. The official report will call them stains. I know it's dried blood. I ran. I whisper, the confession tasting like ash. I think I ran through some thorns. Ranger Davies nods slowly, a practiced, neutral gesture. But her eyes betray her. They drift from my shredded hands to a clear plastic evidence bag sitting on the corner of the table. It's positioned just so, catching the light, impossible to ignore. Inside is a camping knife. The handle is wrapped in worn leather, a custom grip I'd made myself. My knife. The blade is smeared with the same rust-colored stains that mar my shirt. Did you see what made the noise, Chris? She asks, her voice dropping, becoming more clinical. No. It was dark. I was so scared. My mind scrambles, desperate for a foothold, for any solid piece of memory to cling to. The noise. It wasn't an animal, not a bear, not a mountain lion. It was wrong. It was a scream. But it was like metal tearing and bone breaking all at once. It vibrated in my chest, in my teeth. I can feel a phantom echo of it now, a low hum of dread in my bones. I remember the feeling of running. Blind, mindless flight. My lungs burned as if filled with acid. Branches, like skeletal fingers, whipped at my face and arms, tearing at my clothes and skin. I remember stumbling, falling, the hard, unforgiving ground meeting my body. But I don't remember Paul. I can't remember calling his name. I can't remember looking back. Why didn't I look back? Why did I leave him there? The question is a gaping wound in my soul. A good person, a friend, would have stayed. A brother would have fought. I just ran. Ranger Davies says, and her professional gentleness is gone, replaced by something heavier, something final. Her voice is barely a whisper. but it cuts through the humming silence of the room like a razor. The search team found Paul's. They found him this morning. The air leaves my lungs in a silent rush. Found him. The past tense. A word that seals a fate I hadn't allowed myself to comprehend. She continues, her eyes locking onto mine, holding me captive. The tracks around the campsite, they told a story. There was a struggle, a violent one. The ground was torn up. But, Chris, there was only one set of footprints leaving the area. She pauses, letting the weight of her words settle on me. Yours. I stare at her, my mind a howling void. It's not possible. It's a mistake. They've misread the signs. I would never, ever hurt Paul. He was my brother. We built forts together. We learned to ride bikes together. I was going to be the best man at his wedding someday. The idea is so monstrous, so fundamentally wrong, it feels like trying to convince myself the sky is green. But then, why can't I remember? Why is there this huge, black, gaping hole in my memory where my friend, my brother, should be? The campfire, the laughter, and then nothing. A void. A complete and total erasure of the most important moments of my life. A cold, sickening dread begins to seep into my veins. Far more terrifying than the noise in the woods. The horror wasn't some beast lurking in the shadows of the forest. It wasn't a monster with claws and fangs that dragged him away. The horror is right here, in this small, suffocating room. It's sitting in this chair, looking into the ranger's pitying eyes. The monster is inside my own head. I am the sole survivor of my own story, and I am the unreliable narrator. My mind, in an act of what can only be described as horrifying mercy, has erased the tape, leaving me with only the blood on my hands and a question that will haunt me for whatever remains of my life. What did I do? The question, what did I do, hangs in the airless room, a toxic cloud that chokes me, seeps into my pores. It's no longer a question, but a conviction. My mind, a traitorous entity, has already passed judgment. I am guilty. The silence that follows Ranger Davies's words is a physical weight, pressing down on my chest, making it impossible to breathe. I stare at the evidence bag, at my knife, and for a terrifying second, I imagine my hand gripping the leather, wrapped handle. The image is so clear, so natural, it feels like a memory. That's not possible. I finally choke out, the words tasting like lies even to my own ears. My voice is a stranger's. There must be another explanation. An animal, someone else. Ranger Davies's expression doesn't change. The pity in her eyes is a constant, gentle burn. The forensics team is thorough, Chris. The area was secured within an hour of you, being found wandering on the access road. They found no other tracks, no signs of any predator large enough to do what was done. The only story the evidence tells is of a struggle between two people at that campsite. And you were the only one to walk away. Her words are calm, factual, and that makes them all the more devastating. There is no monster, no shadowy beast to blame. There is only the evidence. And the evidence points a bloody finger directly at me. The room begins to shrink, the wood-paneled walls closing in. The fluorescent light hums louder, a buzzing insect inside my skull. I feel a scream building in my throat, a raw, primal sound of pure terror. But it dies before it can escape. My body is a prison, and my mind is the warden. They let me go, for now. There isn't enough to formally charge me. Not yet. The district attorney wants a more concrete case. So I am released into a world that no longer feels real. Paul's parents, their faces aged a decade in a single day, meet me at the station. His mother, a woman who has only ever looked at me with warmth and affection, flinches when I take a step towards her. His father, a stoic man I've always admired, looks right through me, his eyes hollowed out by a grief so profound, it's a physical presence between us. He doesn't say a word. He doesn't have to. I am the ghost at their feast of sorrow. The drive back to the city is a silent, surreal nightmare. I sit in the back of their car, the leather seat cold against my skin. Every passing headlight is an accusation. Every shadow in the trees lining the highway holds a hidden horror. I catch my reflection in the window, a pale, haunted face with eyes that are too wide, a stranger wearing my skin. I see the scratches on my hands, stark against my pale flesh in the fleeting glow of the streetlights. I quickly hide them in my pockets, as if I can hide the truth from myself. My apartment, once a sanctuary, is now a mausoleum. It's filled with ghosts. A photo on the mantelpiece catches my eye, Paul, and I, grinning, arms slung around each other's shoulders, taken last summer at the lake. We look so young, so carefree, so utterly oblivious to the darkness waiting for us down the road. I have to turn it face down. I can't bear to look at his smile. The first night is the worst. Sleep is a distant country I have no visa for. I pace the floor of my small living room, the city lights painting shifting patterns on the walls. Every creak of the building, every siren in the distance, sends a jolt of adrenaline through me. I'm waiting for something, though I don't know what. An arrest. A confession from my own treacherous mind. That's when the fragments begin. They aren't memories, not really. They're more like psychic shrapnel, sharp-edged and painful, piercing the veil of my amnesia. The first one comes as I'm splashing cold water on my face in the bathroom. As the water hits my skin, I'm suddenly not in my apartment anymore. I'm on my knees in the dirt. It's dark, but there's a sliver of moonlight. The air is cold and smells of pine and something else, something coppery and metallic. My hands are wet, not with water, but with something thick and warm. I look down, and in the dim light, I see the dark liquid coating my fingers, dripping onto the forest floor. The vision lasts only a second, but it leaves me gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I stumble back into the living room, my legs unsteady. It was nothing. A stress-induced hallucination. A nightmare bleeding into my waking hours. But it felt so real. I try to force myself to remember. I sit on the floor, close my eyes, and try to push past the black wall in my mind. I try to go back to the campfire, to Paul's stupid joke. I can see the flames, I can hear his laughter. But when I try to move forward, there's nothing. Just a void. It's like a faulty switch. Campfire. Off blackness. Then another fragment. This time a sound. I'm thinking about the noise Ranger Davies mentioned. The wrong scream. As I focus on it, I hear something else beneath the imagined sound of tearing metal. A voice. Paul's voice. But he's not laughing. He's shouting. The words are indistinct, garbled by the roaring in my ears, but the tone is clear. He's angry. Furious. Can't believe you, Chris. After everything. The words slice through the silence of my apartment. We were arguing. Before the noise. Before the running, we were fighting. Why? We never fought. Not really. We had disagreements, sure, but never with that kind of venom in his voice. What could I have possibly done to make him that angry? The question opens up a new, even darker chasm of possibilities. This wasn't just a random, violent event. It was personal. Days bleed into one another, I don't leave the apartment. The news is a constant. Low murmur from the television I'm too afraid to turn off. They're calling me a person of interest. They show my college photo next to Paul's. They interview our friends, who all say the same thing. They were inseparable, like brothers. Chris could never hurt him. But their words are drowned out by the image of my knife in the evidence bag, by the fact of the single set of footprints. I need to know. The not knowing is a torture worse than any prison sentence. I pull out the camping gear they return to me. I handle each piece as if it might hold the key. The tent, the sleeping bags, the cooking pot. It's all just stuff. Then I see my hiking boots, caked in dried mud. I pick one up, my hands trembling. There's something caught in the laces. A small, dark object. I pry it loose with a fingernail. It's a small piece of fabric, a dark navy blue, ripped and frayed at the edges. I recognize it instantly. It's from the shirt Paul was wearing. I remember because he'd just bought it. And I'd teased him that it made him look like a lumberjack. Why is a piece of his shirt caught in my boot laces? As I hold the small scrap of fabric in my palm, the most vivid fragment yet slams into me. I'm standing over him. Paul is on the ground, propped up on his elbows, looking up at me. His face is a mask of disbelief and fear. The campfire is behind him, casting a demonic, flickering light. And in my hand, held downwards, is the knife. My knife. The moonlight glints off the blade. And I'm saying something, my voice a low, menacing growl that I don't recognize as my own. You shouldn't have done that, Paul. You shouldn't have told me. The vision shatters, leaving me on my knees on the apartment floor, the piece of fabric clutched in my fist. My breath comes in ragged, painful sobs. Told me what? What did he tell me that could lead to that? The memory is a key, but it opens a door to a room far darker than ever could have imagined. The monster inside me isn't just a mindless beast. It has a voice. It has a reason. And I'm terrified that when I finally remember what it is, I'll agree with it. The question hangs in the suffocating silence of my apartment. Told me what? It's a hook that has snagged the edge of the black curtain in my mind. And with every passing hour, it pulls that curtain back, inch by painful inch. The terror of not knowing is slowly being replaced by the dawning, more profound terror of what I might soon find out. I'm no longer just a man with amnesia. I'm an archaeologist of my own crime, digging through the layers of a buried atrocity. My search becomes frantic, obsessive. I tear my apartment apart, not looking for clues of an intruder, but for clues about myself. I score old yearbooks, photo albums, letters, anything that might contain the secret Paul revealed. What part of our shared history was a lie? I look at pictures of us as kids, two gap-toothed boys with scraped knees, and I feel a wave of nausea. Was the darkness there even then, dormant, waiting for the right moment to awaken? The key, when I find it, is mundane. It's not a hidden letter or a cryptic journal entry. It's an email. An old one. I'm searching my inbox for the reservation details for the campsite, grasping at any straw, when I see a chain of messages between Paul and me from 6 months ago. The subject line is, Jenna, my girlfriend, my ex-girlfriend now. We broke up 2 months before the camping trip. It was messy, sudden, and devastating. She said she needed space, that things had changed. I had accepted it, heartbroken, but I never understood it. My hands tremble as I open the email chain. It starts with me venting to Paul about the breakup, about how lost I felt. His replies are supportive, full of the usual, "You'll get through this," and she doesn't know what she's missing, reassurances. But as I scroll down, I see a message from Paul that I have no memory of ever reading. Maybe I was too drunk on grief at the time. Maybe I just missed it. It's a single line sent late at night. "Mate, I need to tell you something. It's about Jenna. I messed up. Really messed up." I never replied. And we never spoke of it. Until, it seems, that night by the fire. And with that single line, the dam breaks. The black wall doesn't just crumble, it explodes. The memory doesn't trickle back in fragments, it floods me in a single, tidal wave of absolute, horrifying clarity. I am back at the campsite. The fire crackles, spitting embers into the night sky. The creek gurgles nearby. Paul has just finished his stupid joke, and our laughter has died down, leaving a comfortable silence. But it's not comfortable for him. I can see it now. He's fidgeting, poking the fire with a stick, his face illuminated by the flames. He looks tormented. "Chris," he says, his voice low, "I have to tell you something, and you have to promise you'll hear me out." "Of course, man," I say, taking a sip of beer. "What's up?" He takes a deep breath. "It's about Jenna, the breakup. It wasn't because she needed space. He won't look at me. He just stares into the fire as if it holds a confession. It was because of me." The beer bottle freezes halfway to my lips. "What are you talking about?" "The night of your anniversary party," he says, his voice cracking. "You got called into work. I stayed to help her clean up. We were drinking, one thing led to another." He finally looks at me, his eyes pleading. "It only happened once, Chris. We both regretted it instantly. It meant nothing, but the guilt, it was eating us both alive. That's why she ended it. She couldn't look at you anymore. I'm so sorry, man. I am so sorry." Sorry, the word is a pebble thrown into a volcano. The ground beneath me, the foundation of my entire world, liquefies. Paul and Jenna, my brother and the love of my life, the two pillars of my existence, crumbling into dust. The air grows thick. The sound of the creek fades, replaced by a roaring in my ears. I feel a pressure building behind my eyes, a white, hot rage that is utterly new to me. "You," I say, and my voice is a stranger's, a low growl I've never heard before. "You did this. Chris, please." I stand up. The movement is fluid, predatory. I see the flicker of fear in his eyes, replacing the guilt. He's never seen me like this. I've never seen me like this. The camping knife is on the log next to me. My hand closes around the leather, wrapped handle. It feels like it was made for my grip.
Can't believe you, Chris!
"After everything," he shouts, scrambling to his feet. He's backing away now. My memory self-speaks, the words dripping with a cold venom that freezes the air. "You shouldn't have done that, Paul. You shouldn't have told me." Because in telling me, he had taken everything. He hadn't just confessed to a betrayal, he had rewritten our entire history into a lie. Every shared secret, every moment of trust, was now tainted. He had murdered the past. And in that moment, standing in the flickering firelight, I decided he wouldn't have a future. Wrong. Noise. The sound of tearing metal and breaking bone. That wasn't a monster. That was me. It was the sound of the knife. It was the sound of a brotherhood shattering. The struggle was real. It was him fighting for his life and me, fighting to extinguish the source of my pain. The blood on my hands wasn't from thorns. It was his. The single set of footprints wasn't a mystery, it was a statement. I walked away. He didn't. My mind didn't just erase the tape. It did something far more insidious. It protected me. It created a narrative of a monster in the woods, of fear and flight, because the truth was simply unbearable. The truth was that the monster wasn't in the woods. It was me. I wasn't the survivor. I was the perpetrator. I'm back in my apartment. The sun is setting, casting long, red streaks across the floor. The scrap of his shirt is still clutched in my fist. I slowly unclench my fingers and look at it. There is no more confusion, no more fear of the unknown. There is only the cold, hard certainty of what I have done. I am a murderer. But the most horrifying part, the part that will truly haunt me, is the chilling whisper of a thought that rises from the darkest part of my soul. He deserved it. The rage is gone now, replaced by a profound, terrifying calm. I understand the monster. I understand its rage, its sense of ultimate betrayal. And in the deepest, most honest part of myself, I can't say it was wrong. My body moves with a new purpose. I walk to the phone. My hand is steady as I pick it up. I know who I have to call. The story has to end. I dial the number for the ranger station from a card they gave me. A voice answers. Ranger Davies. I take a breath. The lie is over. The performance is done. Ranger, I say, and my voice is my own again, clear and calm. My name is Christopher Miller, and I remember everything now. My name is Dr. Shirley Albright. I hold a PhD in sociology from a university whose name you would likely recognize, with a specialized focus on ethnomethodology, the study of how social order is produced through everyday interactions. More specifically, my work centers on insulated communities, the small, forgotten pockets of humanity, tucked away in the folds of modern America, particularly within the ancient, brooding mountains of Appalachia. These are groups that, by conscious choice or geographic happenstance, have remained profoundly disconnected from the world of smartphones, 24-hour news cycles, and globalized culture. My dissertation echoes in the holler. The persistence of pre-industrial social structures in the 21st century was considered a minor but notable success in my field. It was built on the belief that to truly understand a society, one must immerse oneself in it, to observe the unspoken rules and rituals that bind people together. I believed I was an expert in this. I thought I was prepared for anything the mountains could show me. I was catastrophically wrong. My latest project, the one I hoped would become my second book, was my most ambitious yet. I aimed to find and document the most isolated group I could, a community that had truly turned its back on the modern world. For months, I pored over topographical maps, historical census data, and obscure local histories of West Virginia. I cross-reference ghost towns with anecdotal accounts of hermits and reclusive families from online forums and dusty library archives. I wasn't looking for the sensationalized, inbred cannibals of horror films. I was looking for a cultural time capsule, a living artifact. After securing my research grant, my preparation was meticulous. I spent 2 weeks in a wilderness survival course in the Blue Ridge Mountains, refreshing my skills in navigation, first aid, and self-defense. My Land Rover was equipped with all-terrain tires, a winch, and enough preserved food, medical supplies, and water purification tablets to last for 3 months. I had satellite phones, GPS trackers, and solar chargers. I carried a state-of-the-art digital camera, a high-fidelity audio recorder, and dozens of specially made, weatherproof notebooks. I was a researcher, an academic explorer armed with the best tools the 21st century could offer. I felt confident, capable, and perhaps, in retrospect, unforgivably arrogant. The final leg of the journey was where the real world began to peel away. The paved highway gave way to a state road, which devolved into a county road, and finally, a gravel track that was little more than a memory of a path. The trees, oak, hickory, and towering pines, pressed in on either side, their branches interlocking overhead to form a dense, green canopy that blotted out the sun, plunging the road into a perpetual twilight. The air grew thick and heavy with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. Cell service had vanished hours ago. The only sound was the crunch of gravel under my tires and the groaning of my vehicle's suspension. I found them on the third day of my search, deep in a nameless valley that appeared on no modern map. I had been forced to abandon the land, rover a mile back, the path finally becoming impassable. As I navigated on foot, following a barely, their deer trail, the forest suddenly opened into a small, unnaturally quiet clearing. And there it was, a long-abandoned school bus, its yellow paint faded to a pale, sickly lemon, ravaged by rust and time. It shouldn't have been there. The clearing was inaccessible to any vehicle. It was as if it had been dropped from the sky. It had been crudely converted into a dwelling. Sheets of corrugated tin and mismatched planks of wood formed a ramshackle porch. A crooked stovepipe jutted from the roof, dribbling a thin plume of gray smoke into the still air. Strange geometric symbols, painted in what looked like berry juice or dried blood, adorned its sides. The windows were covered with stretched animal hides, translucent and yellowed, giving them the appearance of cataracts on a blind eye. The silence was what was most unsettling. There were no birds singing, no squirrels chattering. There was only the oppressive weight of the woods. And this silent, decaying monument to a forgotten world. I took a breath, steadied my nerves, and approached slowly, my hands visible. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and alien in the quiet. "My name is Shirley Albright. I'm a researcher. I mean you no harm." For a long moment, there was nothing. Then a door creaked open, and a man emerged. He was the very image of a mountain patriarch from a bygone century. He was tall and gaunt, with a wild, tangled gray beard that reached his chest, and a full head of matching hair. He wore overalls patched with so many different fabrics they had become a new material unto themselves. But it was his eyes that held me. They were a pale washed out blue, and they didn't just look at me. They seemed to be measuring me, weighing my soul, looking straight through my carefully constructed academic facade to the soft, frightened animal underneath. He held a large, well-oiled axe, and he held it with the casual familiarity of a man who used it for everything. He said nothing. He simply stood there, a silent, unmovable sentinel. Behind him, other figures began to appear in the doorway and at the hide-covered windows. A woman with a face as wrinkled as a dried apple, her hair in a long, gray braid. Several younger men and women, all with the same pale eyes and watchful expressions. And children, their faces smudged with dirt, peeking out with a feral curiosity that was deeply unnerving. My survival course training kicked in. Don't show fear. Be respectful. Establish a non-threatening posture. I spoke again, my voice calmer this time. I explained my work in the simplest terms possible, avoiding academic jargon. I told them I studied old ways, that I wanted to learn from them, to understand their lives. I offered them gifts: a finely honed steel hunting knife, a large sack of salt, and a comprehensive first aid kit. I chose items of practical, universal value. The patriarch's eyes flickered to the gifts, then back to my face. He still didn't speak. One of the younger men behind him muttered, something in a dialect I couldn't comprehend. It was a strange, lilting tongue. A slurry of what sounded like English mixed with a guttural, entirely alien vocabulary. Finally, after a silence that stretched into an eternity, the old man spoke. His voice was a low rumble like rocks grinding together. "We have no need of your learning," he said, his accent thick and strange. "The world outside has no place here." "I understand," I replied, my heart pounding. "I don't want to change anything. I only want to observe. To write down your story so it isn't forgotten." He considered this, his pale eyes unblinking. He looked at my clean clothes, my soft hands, my expensive hiking boots. Then he looked at the hunting knife again. "You will give us the blade. And the salt," he stated. It wasn't a request. "You may stay. For a time. You will follow our ways. You will not be a burden." He turned and walked back. Inside the bus without another word, leaving me standing in the silent, watchful clearing. The invitation, if it could be called that, had been given. I felt a surge of academic triumph mixed with a cold, prickling sense of dread. I had found my time capsule. I stepped forward, out of the woods and into their world, not realizing that I wasn't opening a door to the past, but closing one on my own future. The first week was a whirlwind of pure, unadulterated academic ecstasy. I felt like Margaret Mead, stepping onto the shores of Samoa, or Jane Goodall, first making contact with her chimpanzees. I was given a small, relatively dry space at the back of the bus, behind a curtain of stitched together burlap sacks. It was my designated sleeping area, though the concept of personal space was as fluid as everything else. From this vantage point, I began to map the intricate social architecture of the clan, whom I learned referred to themselves simply as the kin. The patriarch, the man with the axe and the unnerving eyes, was named Silas. He was the undisputed authority, his word the final law. His wife, Elspeth, the woman with the face like a dried apple, was the clan's memory. She was the keeper of their oral history, a complex tapestry of genealogies, fables, and practical knowledge that she would recite in a low, hypnotic chant during the evenings. There were 4 other adult men, Silas's sons and a nephew, and 5 women, their wives. Together, they had produced a brood of nearly a dozen children, ranging in age from toddlers to adolescents. My initial count of about a dozen was off. There were 22 people living within the metal shell of that bus and the lean toes that clung to it like barnacles. Their world was a masterpiece of sustainable, off-grid living. Every day was a testament to their ingenuity and their profound connection to the forest. The men were expert hunters and trappers, using snares and deadfalls I'd only ever read about in historical texts. The women were masters of foraging, able to identify hundreds of edible and medicinal plants. They tanned hides, smoked meat, rendered fat for tallow candles, and brewed a potent, sour, tasting beer from fermented pawpaws. My notebooks filled with frantic scribbles detailing their methods, their tools, their entire way of life. It was a sociologist's dream, a perfectly preserved ecosystem of human interaction, untouched by the contamination of the outside world. Their dialect, which I initially found incomprehensible, slowly began to yield its secrets. It was a creole of archaic English, perhaps dating back to the first settlers in these mountains, blended with words that had no discernible root. A word like sun-eye meant noon, and creep sleep referred to the unnerving quiet of the forest just before dawn. There was no word for please or thank you. Gratitude was shown through action, not language. But there was also no word for mine. There was ours, the kins, off the bus, but the possessive singular pronoun was entirely absent from their vocabulary. This linguistic curiosity seemed a charming anthropological footnote at first. It would soon become the source of my terror. The turning point came about 10 days into my stay. I woke one morning to find a group of the younger children huddled in a corner, giggling. In the hands of a small, dirt-smudged girl of about 6 was my digital camera. My heart leaped into my throat. She wasn't being malicious. She was holding it to her eye and clicking the shutter, fascinated by the soft whirring sound and the blinking lights. I rushed over, my voice sharper than I intended. "That's not a toy," I said, reaching for it. The child flinched and held it tighter. The other children fell silent, their pale blue eyes so like Silas's fixed on me. One of the women, a young mother named Kezia, came over. She looked at the camera, then at me, her expression one of mild confusion. "It is a seeing box," she said, her tone placid. "The small one finds joy in it. It's my seeing box." I tried to explain, my frustration mounting. "It's for my work. It's delicate. It's mine." The word hung in the air, alien and ugly. Kezia tilted her head, a gesture of non-comprehension I was beginning to know well. She spoke to the child in their dialect, a soft, cooing sound, and the little girl reluctantly handed the camera to her mother. Kezia then passed it to me, but her eyes held a new light, not of anger, but of pity. As if I were the child, hoarding a toy and failing to understand the basic concept of sharing. I checked the camera, relieved to find it undamaged. But the interaction left a sour taste in my mouth. My academic fascination was, for the first time, curdled by a spike of genuine fear. They didn't understand. They weren't just ignoring the concept of personal property. They were fundamentally incapable of grasping it. From that day on, the lines blurred further. My things became their things. I found one of the men, Caleb, using the finely honed edge of my expensive survival knife to whittle a stick. My high-fidelity audio recorder was passed around the evening fire, the kin listening with rapt attention to the sound of their own voices, a disembodied echo in the darkness. My weatherproof notebooks were the greatest fascination. Elspeth, the matriarch, would take them and have me read my own notes aloud to the clan. They would listen, nodding, as if I were telling them a grand story, their story. My research, my observations, my very thoughts were being absorbed, communalized, and woven into the fabric of the kin. I wasn't an observer documenting their culture. I was a scribe, a tool being used to create a new chapter in their oral history. Their morality was a labyrinth of alien logic. There was no privacy. The burlap curtain of my room was frequently pulled aside without warning. They would watch me write, watch me dress, watch me sleep. Their gaze is not lecherous or intrusive, but simply present. I was part of the kin now, and the kin was a single organism. Secrecy was a sickness, a sign that a part of the body was not working with the rest. Their intelligence was undeniable. They were organized, efficient, and their social rules, while strange to me, were internally consistent and ruthlessly enforced. A dispute between two of the younger men over a trap line was settled not by argument, but by Silas ordering them to spend a day and a night bound together at the wrist with a leather cord. By the end of it, they were either reconciled or had learned to move as one. It was brutal, but it was effective. The creeping dread began to solidify into a constant, low-level hum of anxiety. I started to feel less like a guest and more like a prized possession. A useful animal they had taken in. The questions around the fire changed. They were no longer about the cities or cars of the outside world. They were about me. The writer, "Woman knows the sky signs," one of them would say, referring to my ability to read a weather map. She can make the talking box speak. She can make hurt flesh whole. Another would add, remembering how I had cleaned and bandaged a cut on a child's leg with my first aid kit. I realized with a jolt of ice, cold fear, that they weren't just hosting me. They were assessing me. They were cataloging my skills, my knowledge, my potential uses. I was a novelty, a resource. My ability to read, my rudimentary medical knowledge, my understanding of technology. These things were valuable assets. And in the kin's world, valuable assets were not allowed to leave. The forest that had seemed so beautiful and wild on my arrival now felt like the bars of a cage. I had come seeking a cultural time capsule, and I had found one. But the lid was closing, and I was being sealed inside with it. The days grew shorter, and a deep, biting cold began to seep down from the mountain peaks, encasing the valley in a crystalline frost. The kin's activities shifted from foraging and storing to a new, focused energy that was both industrious and deeply unsettling. The low hum of anxiety that had become my constant companion sharpened into a high, keening alarm. My carefully constructed academic detachment had been eroded away, leaving only the raw nerves of a cornered animal. I began rationing my food, planning an escape route, and sleeping in my hiking boots. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me more than the frost, that I had waited too long. The true horror began when Silas approached me as I was documenting their methods for insulating the bus with moss and packed mud. He stood before me, his presence blocking the pale afternoon light, his shadow falling over my notebook. "The long night moon is near," he said, his voice a low rumble. "The kin will hold the winter feast. It is a great honor. You will be at the center. It is an offer that cannot be refused." His pale blue eyes held no warmth, no generosity. They were the eyes of a warden, not a host. This was not an invitation, it was a summons. To refuse, I understood, would not just be a grave offense. It would be an act of rebellion. An attempt by a part of the organism to sever itself from the whole. It would be treated as a sickness to be cured, or a threat to be neutralized. My blood ran cold. I forced a smile, my facial muscles feeling stiff and alien. "I would be honored, Silas," I managed to say, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. The preparations for the feast consumed the next 2 days. It was a ritual of chilling efficiency. The men dragged a massive, wild boar into the clearing. It was not simply butchered. It was disassembled with a reverence that bordered on the religious. Every part of the animal was designated for a purpose. Its blood collected in a clay basin. Elspeth, the matriarch, painted new symbols on the side of the bus with the fresh blood. Her low, hypnotic chant weaving through the cold air. The entire clan moved with a shared, feverish purpose, a collective glee that felt utterly predatory. I was the only one who stood apart, a silent, terrified spectator to my own impending doom. My attempts to help were gently but firmly rebuffed. I was not to participate in the preparation. I was the guest of honor. I was the centerpiece. The night of the feast, a massive bonfire was lit in the center of the clearing, its flames leaping high into the black sky. casting dancing. Monstrous shadows against the trees. The air was thick with the smell of roasting pork, wood smoke, and the sweet, cloying scent of the fermented pawpaw beer that flowed freely. The kin gathered around the fire, their faces flushed and feverish in the flickering light. They ate with a primal gusto, tearing meat from the bone with their hands and teeth. They sat me on a specially prepared log next to Silas. He handed me a clay cup of the potent beer. I took a small sip, the sour liquid burning a trail down my throat. I needed to keep my wits about me. As the night wore on and more beer was consumed, their strange dialect grew louder, more fluid, their inhibitions melting away in the heat of the fire. And then they began to talk about me. They did it without malice, without any sense of impropriety. They spoke as if I were a prize sow at a county fair, a valuable new asset whose attributes were being publicly lauded. My fragmented understanding of their language had grown over the weeks, and now, sharpened by terror, I could pick out more than just a few words. The meaning was devastatingly clear. "Woman has a strong back for gathering wood," said Caleb, the man who had used my knife. "Her knowing of the hurt flesh is a gift," added Keziah, nodding toward her child, whose leg I had bandaged. "She will teach the young ones." Elspeth, her eyes gleaming in the firelight, pointed a bony finger at my notebook, which sat beside me. "She holds the stories," she chanted. "She will be the new memory when my breath is gone. The kin will not be forgotten." They were talking about my research. They were talking about my future. My skills, my ability to read, to write, to perform basic first aid, my knowledge of a world beyond their valley, were not things to be learned from and then let go. They were resources to be absorbed, integrated, and utilized for the benefit of the clan. I was not Dr. Shirley Albright, sociologist. I was the writer woman, the healer, the story keeper. I was a collection of useful traits to be permanently assimilated. Then Silas, his voice rising above the others, spoke a word I had never heard before. He looked directly at me, a strange, proprietary pride in his eyes. "She is the kin's core," he declared, and the others murmured in agreement. I didn't know the word, but I understood its implication instantly. It was not "guest," it was not "friend." The tone was one of ownership. It sounded like a word for a cutting taken from a strong plant to be rooted in new soil, or a queen bee brought to a new hive to ensure its survival. The world narrowed to the roaring fire and the ring of pale, smiling faces. They were not monsters. They were not evil. In their worldview, this was a logical, moral, and righteous act. They were a closed system. And I was a valuable, unexpected infusion of new data, a genetic and intellectual windfall that would strengthen them for generations. My life, my ambitions, my identity as an individual, these things were meaningless concepts. I was a resource. And resources were never, ever let go. The cage door had not just closed, it was being locked and welded shut. Panic, pure and undiluted, finally broke through my paralysis. I had one chance. I let out a low moan, clutching my stomach. I swayed on the log, forcing my face to go pale. "The drink," I gasped. "It's too strong." It was the perfect distraction. Sickness was a communal concern, a malfunction in the organism. Instantly, several of the women were at my side, their expressions a mixture of concern and clinical curiosity. In the brief moment of confusion, as Silas shouted orders and Elspeth began to chant a healing incantation, I saw my opening. The edge of the firelight was only a few feet away. Beyond it lay the absolute, impenetrable darkness of the forest. I didn't think. I acted. I lunged from the log, stumbling away from the fire. A cry of surprise went up behind me. I ignored it. I crashed through the underbrush, thorns and branches tearing at my clothes and skin. The sounds of the feast were replaced by the frantic pounding of my own heart and the rasp of my breath in my lungs. I ran blindly, fueled by a surge of adrenaline more potent than any fear I had ever known. I could hear them behind me, their shouts echoing through the trees. No longer concerned, but angry and commanding. They were not chasing a guest who had rudely departed. They were chasing an asset that was escaping. The mile back to my Land Rover was an eternity of terror. Every rustle of leaves was one of them. Every shadow was a hand reaching out to drag me back. I fell, cutting my knee on a sharp rock, but scrambled up again, whimpering. Finally, I burst out of the trees and saw it. The beautiful, angular, metallic shape of my vehicle, a symbol of the world I was so desperate to reclaim. My hands shook so violently I could barely fit the key in the lock. The shouts were getting closer. I threw myself inside, locked the doors, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, a glorious, deafening sound of defiance. I slammed the vehicle into gear and stomped on the accelerator. The Land Rover lurched forward, its headlights cutting a swath through the oppressive darkness. I didn't look back. I drove with a reckless abandon, my tires squealing on the dirt track, bouncing over rocks and ruts that would have made me cringe just weeks before. I didn't slow down until the gravel turned to pavement and the first green sign for a numbered highway appeared in my headlights like a promise of salvation. I wasn't running from monsters with claws and fangs. I was running from something far more terrifying. I was running from a community whose love was a prison, whose acceptance was annihilation, and whose definition of family had no room for escape.